that the group has in itself to be able to get through those situations.
So that series is over and done with. What's the transition and preparation been like over these last few days after closing out Texas and getting ready for another brand new opponent you've never seen before?
Well, obviously the first couple days spent watching video on our opponent that we hadn't seen before, just trying to get the nuances within their game, but just understanding for our group that, you know, they are here for a reason. They're obviously a very talented group that plays at a high level. But in terms of our preparation, not much has changed. Just wanted to keep the guys moving and in their normal routine, get the touches that they need and get the rest and recovery to get ready for a good series here.
So when you compare both rosters going into game one, would it be a fair assessment to say that both teams are here in the Calder Cup Finals just built off their depth?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement. If you look at both rosters, no one player or line really stands out on the stats sheet, and if you just look at the depth of scoring and the contributions by all 12 forwards, all 6D, it looks very similar. Both groups look very similar on paper, so I think that's a testament to what it takes to get to this stage of the season. Is you need depth and you need to be able to rely on your whole roster.
So with regards to the Checkers, they've obviously had a great playoffs coming off back-to-back sweeps against two very good teams. So when you factor that into consideration, along with that they have home ice in these finals, do you guys kind of feel like you are the underdogs? Do you believe in that kind of stuff, man? Do you want your team to take on that type of mentality?
Obviously, they've done a fantastic job throughout their playoff run, playing at such a high caliber, and obviously they finished the regular season with more points than us, and you know, they've earned the home ice advantage. So that's one way to look at it. For me, it's just one game at a time, and I think that's what has gotten us to this stage, is our ability to compartmentalize things and not look too big picture as we enter this series, but just the first game is our only focus.
A few more questions for Coach Malhotra, and a lot of players, especially the younger prospects on your team, are about to play on the biggest stage of their professional careers. Do you approach managing emotions and nerves any differently compared to the past rounds, with the spotlight being directly on them now with just two teams left?
No, I go back to what I was just saying in terms of the preparation for our group, just the ability to treat this game as the next one. We did that from day one of the playoffs. We're just into the next game. The understanding is very clear as to how we need to play and what we're supposed to do on the ice. And it's a matter of getting to that execution immediately and sustaining it throughout the game.
Are there any lessons that you maybe hope your team takes from earlier rounds that you think will help them now in this championship series?
I would think the whole lead up to this series is a learning experience. As we went through different series and different portions of games, there's elements that you take away. With I think the biggest one being the start, how imperative the start is to come out of the gate and be on the front foot. Obviously, we've shown that we can come back in certain situations, but don't want to have to put ourselves in that situation too often. So, the first four rounds have been great experience for us. We've learned a lot as a group and look to apply that here.
And finally, Manny, when you look at the games played, obviously no one's played more than you guys. You've played in 6 more games than the Charlotte Checkers, and they are coming off a pretty long layoff, almost 10 days between games. Is that something that is on top of mind at all for you, or do you just kind of focus on the task at hand and not really worry about that stuff that's in the past?
Yeah, there's so much fodder around the game and the series that you can make a story of, but for me, it's just the next game in line.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Manny.
No problem. Thank you.
There you go. That is head coach Manny Malhotra with his thoughts on everything Abbotsford Canucks. We're going to have the players come on the ice in a matter of minutes. We'll take one last break. And on the other side, the opening faceoff of Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Brandon Astle alongside Landon Ferraro. You have been listening to the pregame show on FloHockey and AHL TV. We're back in a flash. Hello, hockey fans. We are inside Bojangles Coliseum for Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. Brandon Astle and Landon Ferraro with you here on Sportsnet 650 and on FloHockey and AHL TV. The two teams are on the ice, on the blue lines, getting set for the national anthems. When this is done, we will give you the scratches, and then we'll be underway from Charlotte, North Carolina. But first, here is O Canada.
Fans, please remain standing reverently and remove your caps as Native people sing our national anthem.
The journey began back on October 11th, and now 246 days later, the Canucks have reached the biggest stage the AHL has to offer. And this isn't just a celebration of the climb, it's a chance to conquer the mountain. 32 teams started, only 2 remain. It's Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals between the Canucks and Checkers. It begins right now. Thanks for tuning in. I am Brandon Astle alongside Landon Ferraro. Let's get to the scratches for both teams before we begin. Scratch for Abbotsford. They're going to actually roll the same lineup from Game 6 against the Texas Stars. So Patera and Young are scratched. The skaters out are Arnston, Leckermacki, Minio, Ulrichsen, McWard, Ratu, Felton, Glover, Bloom, and Walker. Scratch for the Checkers. The goaltenders, Matt Guzda, Cooper Black, Mitchell Van de Sompel, Iman Powell, Colton Heward, Riley Bezo suspended, Zach Dalpy, Aidan McDonough, Brett Chorsky, Riley Hughes, and Reese Gaver will not play. Starting lineups look like this. Artur Shilovs, he's been incredible these playoffs. He gets the start. He's 12-5. On defense will be Brisebois and Mancini, so we got a different looking D pair from last game. And up front, it's a trio of Sasson, DiGiuseppe, and Carlson starting. For the hometown Checkers, in between the pipes is Capo Kakinen. He's 10-2 in his playoffs. Up front, Starting for the Checkers is Asplund, Leonard, and Skoog. On defense, Havorka and Bjornfoot. Puck is down. The Calder Cup Finals is underway from Charlotte, North Carolina. The Canucks in their whites, Checkers in their reds as the Charlotte Checkers chip it in the Abbotsford zone quickly out the faceoff. Thrown to the point, it comes out to center as no defenseman was there. And Asplund will rip it back in and wait for his teammates to tag up. Sasson touches it back for Mancini. Lost the puck to Skoog, trying to throw it in front. Breezeball chips it high towards the point and held in there. Checkers starting a line change as DiGiuseppe holds up Havorka and steals it away. Nice defensive play by Phil, who hands off for Breezeball. And the Canucks chip it out to center. Here's Sasson at the end of his shift, trying to dump it in, got stood up. Now a battle for it inside the blue line, or just outside the blue line, I should say. A 2-on-2 battle. Breezeball and Sasson trying to take it free. Up against Justin Sortis and Kyle Criscolo. Puck is still lodged at some skates and finally played back to Breezeball. Now Baines takes to the ice for the first time in these finals. Canucks chip it towards center where Carlson gathers. Able to find Baines across the line. Overskates it, tries to get it back and plays it down to the corner. Mueller with a good steal, able to find Klimovich on the left wing. Under some pressure and sort of able to muscle it to the blue line, but not out. Nice job by Klimovich to keep it in there. Minute gone by in this first period. Checkers trying to play it to the red line, and they do it, hit a shin pad. And Klimovich will dump it deep to his own zone for Willan, and Checkers are changing, so the Canucks should have some time to break out. We've played 90 seconds, no whistles yet. Here's Klimovich dumping it in. On the ice comes Kara, Smith, and Blais. Carrick back to get it for Charlotte. Takes a big hit from Sammy Blais. Nate Smith intercepts the pass. Throws it in front for Blais. His shot stopped by Kakinen. The first chance of game one goes to Blais, and now we have Puljujarvi behind the defense. He shoots, stopped by Shilovs. He got it with a glove and hangs on as both teams trade chances. And some rough stuff early on, which gets the crowd into it. How about this start, Landon?
Charlotte has their legs early. From the drop of the puck, they've completely controlled the play until the last 15 seconds. You can tell how they like to forecheck. Their D are coming right down the walls, pinching, not giving any room for Abbotsford. But they finally get moving up the ice. They get the first good play. Blais makes a big hit in the corner. They're able to get the puck to Sammy Blais in front. He gets a good shot, but then it comes back the other way. Puljujarvi showing his speed, but Shilovs makes a glove save. Now a face-off to the left glove side.
So these two teams not easing into anything as they trade chances. Blais stuffed in front, and now the Canucks could have an odd man rush if they hurry. Here's Waters at the drop pass to Nielsen. He finds Breezeball, cutting in shot, missed the glove side. It was open. Mancini holds the right point, but it rolled over his stick, so he'll backtrack to center. So things are a little wide open to begin the Calder Cup Finals. We played over 2 minutes. Both goaltenders have a good save early on as Cam Bice didn't get a piece of that long pass. Looked like Kakinen was going to play it, but icing is the call with 17:47 to go.
As Abbotsford's trying to feel it out, it's hard with Charlotte's forecheck, especially even through the neutral zone. They fly at everything. You can tell how they're going to be aggressive all night. But once Abbotsford gets their feet wet a little here, starts to figure it out, you could see on that last play, it ends up going for icing, but they had them stretched. There was a play to be made, just off the mark just a little.
Jesse Puljujarvi, Landon, he's always been a great skater, and he took off like you shot out of a cannon through center. Created a breakaway for himself, but couldn't beat Shilov's glove side. And now the Checkers played in front. Shot right on Shilov's, the right pad save. And Cam Bites will dump it to the line and out. Checkers shoot it behind the net. They got to tag up. That should allow Breezeball to take a peek and break out the other way. Sasson's line coming on for their second shift. As Mancini plays it off a shin pad towards Kakinen. He'll lose it to DiGiuseppe, who shoots one off the side of the cage. Phil DiGiuseppe, former Charlotte Checker. Able to knock his man down left corner and bring it up the wall. He's cross-checked by Carrick, and that'll be a power play to Abbotsford. So the first man advantage of the series will go to the visitors. 17:14 to go, and now DiGiuseppe going to hear about it from Skoog. Now Carrick trying to take a Canuck with him, wants a piece of Jet Wu, but the officials get in between them, and the officials tonight, Jordan Samuels-Thomas and Stephen Hiff for the refs. Work at the lines, Ryan Jackson and Anthony LaPointe.
Phil DiGiuseppe doing what he's so good at in the offensive zone. The play comes after Kakinen plays the puck into the right corner. DiGiuseppe takes a shot to the front and rims right back to him. He gets his body protected. He protects the puck, but he takes a hard cross check from Carrick. And they go on to the first power play. Abbotsford, whose power play's been heating up in the last little bit here, sitting at 22%. put out their first unit, trying to take an early strike just under 3 minutes into the first period.
They're 11 for 50 on the man advantage in these playoffs. It's Mueller, Baines, and Carlson up front with Nielsen and Willanen on the blue line. Shots are 2-1 in favor of the Checkers, who have a very good PK. They're right behind Abbotsford, operating at 90.6%. Canucks win the draw, but it got away from Nielsen. Now the foot race is on between Will Lockwood and Christian Willanen. And Willanen able to get back to step in front of the former Abbey Canuck. Now Baines makes a nice play, but Nielsen couldn't take it off his skate, and the Checkers rip it right back down to Shelovs. We've played over 3 minutes, still scoreless here in game one. Crowd's been very loud to start things out as Willanen lost it in front of his bench. And here's Leonard, who has 4 shorthanded goals. Leonard on the left wing, sharp angle shot, missed the net. It'll ricochet to center, and the Checkers will try to kill some time. Bjornfoot able to wrist it in, and the Checkers will look to change as the Canucks have 40 seconds gone off their man advantage. Here comes Baines across the blue line, right wing feed for Carlson, trying to fight a rolling puck. It comes to Asplund, he'll chop it to the line, but held in by Nielsen, and the Canucks set up for the first time. Willanen to Nielsen on the right side. Nielsen saucers one to Baines left circle, trying to catch up to it in the corner. Checkers able to play it up the wall and could have a 2-on-2 chance. It comes to center for Asplund, he's all by himself, waiting for Bjornfoot, tries a pass towards him, and Willanen broke it up for Mueller. And now Abbotsford will get a fresh unit on the ice. No shots on Kokkonen yet. Willanen will leave it for the speedster, Max Sasson. Down the left wing with speed, chips it around the defense. Now stolen back and sent all the way down. Nice play there by Kierstedt. 35 seconds ago in this Abbotsford power play. Kudratsev, 6 assists in these playoffs, which is the 3rd most amongst defensemen. Here's Sasson trying it again. Left wing feed to Blais, right back to Sasson. He'll get it to the right corner for Waters. Leaves it for Klimovich. Canucks looking for one last setup, and here they have it at the line. Kudratsev to Blais, left circle. Stick handles. He's got a chance in the slot, and it's stopped. Rebound. Sasson scores! Max Sasson gets the first goal of the Calder Cup Finals as he buries the rebound. 15:26 to go, and the visitors are off to a great start.
Sasson using his speed as he picks up the puck through the neutral zone, what he does so well, rims it all the way around. Klimovich is able to get it up top to Kudryatsev. Blais makes a beautiful move, gets himself into the heart of the ice, takes a shot, goes off the blocker, and Sasson right sitting on the doorstep to bang in the first goal of the Calder Cup Finals. 15:26 left. Abbotsford 1, Charlotte 0.
The hero from Game 6, Max Sasson, with goals in consecutive games. And how about the hands by Sammy Blais there, Landon? What an assist he's going to pick up.
I mean, he shows how much he can use his body, but when he's got the puck on his tape, he's got some soft hands as well, and he put them on full display there with a nice toe drag around the first defender.
And give credit to the Canucks power play, Landon, because that first unit had issues setting up. The second unit jumps over the boards, and Blais able to make a nice move on the left wing, and next thing you know, it's 1-0 Abbotsford early on. We'll see how the Checkers respond as Mancini dumps it all the way down. Will this have the legs to icing? No, it's waved off, and Charlotte will look to break out from behind their net. Sassana looking for someone open. He's able to find Kierstedt. He'll snap one in the Abbotsford line, broken up by Mancini. Now Kierstedt will try the other way, and shot in by Chris Colo as Charlotte changes. And this Checkers team has a very effective forecheck as they look to get on it here as the Canucks have it in their own corner. It's Guillaume Brisebois, still wearing that full cage. Backhand feed to Kara. Kara, who tied Game 6, plays it out to neutral. Mancini couldn't connect with DiGiuseppe, and the Checkers fling it right back in. We'll see what this forecheck can do. They have it out of the right corner, played to the point for a one-timer, missed the blocker side. That was Benning who let it go. And yes, that is the nephew of former Canuck GM Jim Benning, as the Canucks able to chip it outside their line. Benning takes over as he watches the Canucks change and throws a hard one the other way. O'Couliard dumps it to Shelovs, and he'll cover up, didn't want to take any chances. 14-13 to go, 1-0 Abbotsford as we have a bit of a conversation between Mancini and O'Couliard as they get broken up.
And going back to the power play, the first unit goes out, just like you said, and struggles to get possession inside the zone. But when you were talking the pregame show, these two teams have never seen each other. It's the first time. So for the second unit, they're sitting there watching how hard Charlotte comes to pressure. They have 6 shorthanded goals in this playoff. So now the second unit's able to see how hard they're coming, how they can get through that, and they're able to make them pay.
Yeah, the Checkers have 3 power play goals in this entire playoffs. They're operating at just over 7%. Meanwhile, John Leonard has 4 shorthanded goals alone. That's pretty remarkable, and you can see why. He looked dangerous there on that one rush. Checkers win the faceoff. Here's a shot by Lockwood that goes wide. Kierstead pinches off his point, shovels it to the right boards for Puljujarvi. He'll leave it to the blue line. Lockwood, who's an assistant captain for this Checkers squad, just like he was in Abbotsford, can't connect with Puljujarvi, and Mueller takes the feed from Wu. He'll get it to center for Baines. Lost it at the attacking line, and the Checkers regroup. We played over 6 minutes. 1-0 Abbotsford. Shots are 4-2 for the Canucks. Here's Kierstead. Looking for an option at center. Decides to drop it to his partner, Sessana. He's wide open, and now Baines going to the bench for a change. Mueller watching closely in the slot, and here comes Asplund, the former Buffalo Sabre, chipping it in deep. Kudratsev hustles towards Puljujarvi. Lost it to Asplund, who gave it right back to the Canucks. Nice diving effort by Mueller, who's at the end of a shift, and Klimovich gets over the red and chips it in. And out comes the Sasson line. It's Hirose in the forecheck, trying to tie up his man. Hirose had the primary assist on Sasson's game winner on Sunday. Carlson trying to find Breezeball. Asplund's there to jam it away. Breezeball able to get it back and get it towards the slot. And now Sasson keeps it inside the line. Sasson with a backhander to Carlson, high slot, under some pressure from behind. And able to protect it. Look at him go. Now he's tied up, finally, by the big frame of Havorka. Fans appreciating the effort, but the Canucks still have it. Mancini chips it around the net. Good pressure by Abbotsford, 12:45 to go. Now John Leonard to the point, held in by DiGiuseppe. His shot stopped by Cockett, and he'll hang on for a whistle. And we will step aside to score. Abbotsford 1, Charlotte 0. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by PlayNow.com on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. We are back inside Bojangles Coliseum. How many times am I going to say Bojangles over these next 2 games? You got to take the opportunity when you have the chance.
I think the over-under set on about 48.5.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. We'll see if I can get there. If you're just joining us, Max Sasson has made it a 1-0 game at 4:34 from Blais and Kudratsev as we're back underway. First period action. Checkers win the faceoff in their own zone, and Kierstead will flick a high one to center. Glove down by Jet Wu. He'll backhand it right into the Charlotte end. Kierstead up the wall for Puljujarvi, and this will be an icing call against Charlotte. 12:21 to go, still 1-0 Canucks, and Landon, these two teams meeting for the first time ever, just like the Canucks and Stars did in the previous round. And in case fans are curious, it's the same format, 2-3-2, best of 7. And so far, Abbotsford liking what they're seeing, you would think, up by 1, and now Chase Waters line out for an O-zone draw. Waters, Nielsen, and Cam Bites against the Entwistle trio. Both teams, Landon, lines 1 through 4, they just roll them, and you don't need to rely on any couple players each and every night to get the job done. They are here due to their depth. Kudratsev off the faceoff dumps it down low. He just picked up his 7th assist of these playoffs. Now it's loose behind the Charlotte net. Not for long as Kierstead banks it off the glass after Cam Bites threw down Sassana. But now we got a 2-on-2 rush for Charlotte. Here's Entwistle with a shot, scores! Checkers tie it on a snapshot by Mackenzie Entwistle. Blocker side on Shelovs. And both teams, not even 8 minutes in, are on the board in game one.
It's a 2-on-2 rush from their blue line moving on. And as they move up, Lockwood drops it to Entwistle, but he drives right through and throws a nice little pick on the Abbotsford defender. Entwistle using the other defender to shoot right through, and it just blows by Shelovs high on the blocker side. 1-1, 12:01 left in the first.
Entwistle playing in just his fourth playoff game with a nice snapshot, and now the Canucks are going to the penalty box after Mancini got his stick up in the face of C.J. Smith. So right after a goal, the Checkers go into the first power play of the series as Smith checks for damage. We'll see if it's 2 or 4. The official's going over to have a peek, and this looks like it's 4 minutes. So just like that, the game turns on its head, Landon.
Mancini, as the puck gets rimmed around from Shelov's glove side to blocker side, he goes to play it back to his D partner, and on the follow-through, goes right up and he gets him right in the chin, draws blood, so there's 4 minutes. This Abbotsford penalty kill has been exceptional through this playoff run, and they're gonna need it to be big right now. Just under 12 minutes left, a 4-minute power play for Charlotte.
Charlotte 3 for 43 on the power play. And these Calder Cup playoffs looking for their first lead in game one. Check that, it's Klimovich in the box, not Mancini. So it's a 4-minute double minor to Danila Klimovich, and the PK is off to a good start as it's sent down the rink by Brisebois. 1-1 tie with 11:35 to go. Shots are 5-3 Canucks. Entwistle just tied the game at 7:59. Here comes Asplund to the right wing for Leonard. The second leading goal scorer from the regular season drops it off for Carrick, fakes a slap shot, hands back to Leonard. A bit out of reach and then played towards the end wall. Canucks team up. It's loose behind their net. Brisebois and Mueller down there with Mancini. And Skugel backhanded to the point, but the Checkers can't go D to D. It went outside the line. They got to regroup, and now they're going to go offside, but they just tagged up. Asplund waited half a second, or else Leonard was going to be called for offside, and now the Checkers play it to the point. Here's a point shot stopped by Shelovs. Rebound finds Leonard on the right wing. He'll settle things down. 1 minute gone by in this power play. Now a chance in front, stolen by Brisebois. Nice read, and it's sent down the ice by Mueller. Nice anticipation there by the veteran Landon.
And great job by Brisebois, having patience, not just throwing it. He didn't have all the leverage. He was able to give a little one touch to Mueller to get it all the way down the ice.
Justin Sorda, the former Vancouver Giant, works his way in, tried to backhand it, puck is loose and ends up behind the goal line. Sorda will get it towards the net. Sasson in good position, knocked the puck away and chips it to the line, and it's going to be held in at the right point. And played to the other side. Here's Benning with a wrist shot, stopped by Shelovs. It ends up in the corner for Sasson. He'll bank it behind the net, but it's taken away to the right corner by Sorda. Now played in front, and Shelovs covers as he was waiting that wraparound, and the two teams shove back and forth. There'll be a draw to Shelovs left with 2:19 to go in the Checkers power play. They got 2 shots on it.
And Charlotte's done a pretty good job of moving the puck around. Abbotsford had a couple times, couple chances to get it all the way down the ice and weren't able to connect on it. But at the end of the play, Shelovs on a low play, low drive off the goal line, stands tall on his post, makes a save and quickly covers it up. So now there's a face-off to the glove side of Shelovs. 10-12 left in the first period, 2:19 left in the power play.
Checkers win it back. Benning trying to find Sorda. He's under pressure. Nice job by Brisebois to engage, but now it's played back to the blue line. Benning takes a shot. Shelovs doesn't see it. It's in his gear and gets the whistle. Nice job in front by O'Couliard to provide the screen, but we'll have a draw at that same circle with 10 minutes to go in the first.
Off a quick pass from the half wall up to the top of the point in the middle. Benning gets a good shot through it. Jesse Puljujärvi gets his stick in there, makes a nice tip. Shelovs able to hold his pads tight and keep the save and cover up.
Puljujärvi had the series clincher against Laval 10 days ago in this rink in the dying minutes. And he's really enjoyed his time here with the Checkers as the Canucks win the faceoff. A chip to the corner. Mancini after his Puljujärvi lost his stick. And DiGiuseppe takes the feed the other way. Long wrist shot. Stick saved by Kakkonen, and he'll leave it to the corner. So the first half of this 4-minute minor is done for Klimovich. Still has 1:50 to go. O'Coolyard plays it behind the net of Shilovs. Wu collides with Puljujärvi. He'll get it back to the point for Benning. He's got all sorts of space. Benning walks the line, takes a peek, and drops it off. O'Coolyard to Puljujärvi. Sharp angle shot fought up by Shilovs. Now Sortov on the left wing. Gave it away to DiGiuseppe. He's got all sorts of time. And softly dumps it down, and the Canucks change with 1:25 left to kill. Benning from behind his net. Looking to start the power play breakout. Just over 9 minutes to go in the period. It's a 1-1 tie. Leonard in the neutral zone under pressure from Karlsson and Waters. Jam free, and the Checkers get it back. Here's Leonard shooting it in deep. Takes an awkward bounce off a stanchion, and Shilovs was caught by surprise, and now the Checkers pick it up right corner. The top power play unit is out there. Here's Leonard on the right wing. Now in the corner. Looks, throws it down low. Skoog running out of time. Nice job by Brisebois again making the play, but Karlsson couldn't clear. Leonard now to the left point. Here's Carrick. One-timer stopped by Shilovs. Rebound of Brisebois, and he'll flick it out. Karlsson at center for Waters, trying to get behind the defense. And a good job by Asplund on the back check. Knocked him off the puck. Waters loses his helmet. He'll go to the bench for a change. 38 seconds ago in this Checkers power play. And Leonard will throw it around the net. Jet Wu is there first. The Checkers are changing. Now Sass on his backhand. Hit a shin pad. It couldn't clear. Takes a Checkers bounce and ends up in the right corner for Leonard. He'll play it behind the net. Stopped for a second there by Wu. Now Hirose in a battle for it. It comes up the wall. Sasson trying to skate onto it. Nice pinch by Carrick. 15 seconds to go on the power play. Played back to Carrick. He'll take a snapshot that goes wide of the blocker of Shilovs. Klimovich coming out in 7 seconds. Here's a chance by Lockwood. Left circle in the slot. That's blocked by Sasson. Lockwood gets it back. Power plays over. Lockwood on the right side. Wrister stopped by Shilovs. Rebound puck is there and played away from danger. And Sasson will try to find Klimovich. He's able to jam it to center. So the Canucks kill off the double minor. We're still tied at 1, 7:40 to play. Checkers play it quickly in the Abbotsford zone. Entwistle to the left corner. Play back up the right side. Here's a big blue liner, Hovorka. Shooting it back behind the net for Lockwood. He'll get it to the left point. Now to the right side. O'Coolyar's shot was blocked by Sasson. Canucks need to change when they can as Klimovich steps in front of Lockwood but can't clear. Now Hovorka with room. Wrist shot blocked. Nice job by Hirose to get in the way. Good pressure by the Checkers. Hovorka to the left side. Carrick shot hits a stick and bounces behind the net. Just over 7 minutes to go. Hirose broke his stick. Steves picks it up, throws it towards the slot. Nice defense by Klimovich poking it away, but the Checkers keep it in the right corner. Steves looking for a man open. He's got Hovorka in the slot, shoots, just missed the glove side. Puck bounces in front, it's jammed to the corner. How did that stay out? Checkers still have it. And now stepping on the broken stick of all things was Steves, and the Canucks catch a break, and Klimovich goes one-on-one the other way. He's tied up, and now Abbotsford able to make the change. It's still 1-1, but a couple opportunities there on that last shift from Charlotte. And they are back in Abbotsford ice. In the left circle, a shot kicked away by Shilovs. Rebound to Brisebois. He'll play it to center for Kara. Kara on the left side. Throws it to DiGiuseppe, but it hit a stick, and the Checkers looking to counter. In the left corner, tied up is Vilmanis. Battling down low with Kara. Work free to DiGiuseppe. Nice support there by the winger. He's got room to center. DiGiuseppe to Kara. He'll chip it in deep, and the Canucks change with 6 minutes to go here in the first period of game 1. Big hit behind the net as Smith knocks down Kierstead as the Checkers clear. Now DiGiuseppe at the left wing, able to chip it back in. Abbotsford going to finish a change as Kierstead hangs onto it behind the net. Checkers have found their stride. All of a sudden, they lead the shot count 12-5. Karlsson, Sasson, and Nielsen, a new look trio here for Manny Malhotra. And skating it in the Abbotsford zone is the defenseman, Sessana. He'll throw it around the wing. Will Lockwood has it on the left side. Now to the point, Benning, right circle. Takes a shot, and Wolanin able to block it at the last second. And Karlsson will flick it out to center ice. Nielsen able to one-hand it towards Kakkonen, who leaves it for Entwistle, and both teams are changing.
And a great job by Nielsen, willing to take the hit to make sure the puck gets all the way down.
Kudratsev picks off a pass and sends it deep. Klimovich is there first on the right wing. Throws it off the side of the net. Kakkonen doesn't know where it is. He's going to get a whistle. and we will step aside. The score, Abbotsford 1, Charlotte 1. You are listening to Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Bojangles. 1-1 tie, late stages. First period of game one. Face off here in the Charlotte end. Sasson, Carlson, and DiGiuseppe skating together again after the 4-minute double minor was killed off from Klimovich. Sasson's gonna get waved out, and Lana, these two teams got to this point in different ways. The Abbotsford Canucks have had to play 4 rounds, whereas the Checkers haven't played much. Just 12 games in 33 days and are coming off back-to-back sweeps. We'll talk about that in a second as Kudratsev walks in, fakes, shoots, and that got blocked in the slot. DiGiuseppe follows up, and that was blocked. Nice job by the Checkers to get in the lanes, and they clear it out. And now Sasson will pick up speed through center. It's a 3-on-2 all of a sudden for Abbotsford. Here's Carlson getting the pass down the left wing, walks in, and it rolled off the stick before he could pull the trigger. And Landon, going back to morning skate, the ice did not look good at all. It is so hot up here. I just took my jacket off as the Canucks play it the other way as the Checkers are changing. Carlson in the corner ties up his man. 4:25 to go. We'll follow up on the temperature at the next whistle. As Willanen pinches off his point. Kara, Blais, and Smith out there. And battling for it is Blais. He'll backhand it behind the goal line. Checkers team up to get it, sort of around the glass. Willanen can't keep it in. And here comes a chance for Chris Colo on the right wing. Chris Colo shoots, hit the post. Beat Shelov's glove side and then paid the price as Jet Wu slams him to the ice. And the Canucks counter with speed. Nate Smith towards the right circle. Nearly dipsy doodle past the D. And now the Checkers are making a change. Here's Entwistle to the right wing for Sordoff. He'll shoot it in. Shelov's couldn't stop it. Mancini over to his partner Brisebois with 3:40 to go in this first period. Banks it off a shin pad. It's held in by Lockwood. Down low pass, and Entwistle couldn't take it around the ankle high. And now here comes Baines through center, trying to get away from Lockwood. Baines is 1-on-2, cuts to his left, and it's swept away the last second by Carrick. Looked like he had something there for half a second. Nice solo effort. And now the Canucks pick up in the neutral zone with 3:20 to play, still 1-1. Hirose with room, gonna shovel it gently towards Kokkonen. He'll play it to the corner for Carrick. Carrick to Entwistle. Now to Benning, the defenseman. Over to the left wing for Puljujarvi. He'll dump it behind the net. Lockwood's there first out of the right corner. Plays it back to Puljujarvi. Now to the point. One-timer stopped. Shelovs has it and gets the whistle with 2:59 to go. And he has now faced 13 shots in this opening frame.
And as Abbotsford starts to figure out Charlotte a little bit more, Capocacco, the Charlotte goaltender, likes to play the puck, and they're going to have to figure that one out.
We'll take a break and come back and finish off this first period. Still 1-1 here from Charlotte, North Carolina. Welcome back to Bojangles Coliseum. 1-1 tie with 2:59 to go. Face off to the right of Shilovs after he saved a point shot through traffic. Chase Waters out there wins the draw. Mancini will play it the other way. Lands just inside the Charlotte blue line. Play it through center, 2:50 to go. Shilovs behind his net, trying to find Cam Bites. Couldn't get it out. It comes towards Brisebois. Brisebois lost the handle, and Cesana to his partner Bjornfoot. Quick pass. O'Coulier, a shot blocked by the captain Waters, and he'll bank it off the boards and out. Starts a change for the Abbotsford Canucks. Sasson, DiGiuseppe, and Carlson coming back over. Here's Cesana, able to find O'Coulier. He'll tip it towards Shilovs, and it's against his net. He will cover up with 2:16 to play. And Landon, not sure if you've noticed the ice. I saw it bouncing a ton in morning skate. And up here, we're way up in the broadcast booth. I wonder if this rink is as hot as a Bojangles chicken.
Honestly, it might be hotter. It is fiery in here right now. But as just before the break there, Kaapo Kähkönen loves to play the puck. When you need to keep it away on dump-ins, but when he has it, you still need to pressure. Goalies that love to play the puck a ton tend to turn it over once in a while. Can you get a freebie out of that as this series goes along?
And there seem to be some interesting bounces coming off the stanchion and the glass in both ends. We've seen it a couple times here in the first frame. Sasson taking the draw here against Skoog. Top lines going against each other, and off the draw, Carlson tried to one-hand it out, held in by Kiersted, and chipped to the right corner. Mancini battling Asplund, and the Abbotsford defenseman gets away and plays it to center for Carlson, the team's leading scorer. He'll get it ahead on the right wing for Sasson, the goal scorer tonight. Sasson, right circle shot. Pad save by Kähkönen, and he'll reel in the rebound and cover with 1:58 to go, as he has now faced 8 shots.
Sasson, known for his speed, uses it going down the right wall. He pulls up, gets a good shot. Phil DiGiuseppe's driving the net. Benning does a great job of tying up his stick as the puck bounces off Kähkönen's right leg and bounces right into the slot before he can get the rebound. But Benning, again, does a good job tying up DiGiuseppe as he tries to get to that rebound.
Want to welcome all fans listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV on FloHockey, along with all the fans joining us at our official away watch party, presented by Molson at the Canadian Brewhouse in Abbotsford. And I wonder how many people might have left work early to go to the Brewhouse, Landon, because it's a 4 o'clock start. Back home, maybe you tell the boss, want to get out of here a few minutes early to catch game 1, or maybe even listening or streaming at work. So thanks for tuning in, everybody, as the Checkers win the face-off, and it's sort of behind that at Shilovs, playing it in front, able to find Chris Colo. He'll bank it to the left point for Bjornfoot. Bjornfoot with a shot. Missed the blocker side of Shilovs. It pinballs to Nate Smith, and he'll calmly wheel it out to center. Just over 90 seconds left in this first period. Jujar Kara taps it down to the corner. Bjornfoot under pressure, nearly stolen, I should say, saved by Blay. Looked like he had it. And he Checkers team up to grab it. Here's Chris Colo, who hit a post on his last shift. And now Hovorka dumps it in. Checkers going to change. 1:15 left. Puck is loose. And Entwistle will jam it behind the goal line. Brisebois tying up, sort of. Blay watching closely. It's a 2-on-2 battle, and Entwistle thought he had it, but Blay said, give me that. And he'll take his time and feed it across to Mancini. The Canucks need a change. Mancini around the boards, able to get it to center. Baines under pressure, trying to make a play. The Checkers touch it offside, and the whistle sounds with 54 seconds to go. Still a 1-1 tie in this opening period.
If you're Abbotsford, you obviously want to keep as much possession of the puck as you can, but they're going to have to be very careful about turning back into their own end. The way that Charlotte is relentless on the forecheck, they're not afraid to take an extra dive at a puck to see if they can hold it, as they just almost did, just barely offside. But that's something Abbotsford's going to have to keep in the back of their mind.
Arshdeep Baines on the ice. We will hear from him in the first intermission as I caught up with Arshdeep after morning skate, who's been red hot lately. Leonard has the puck behind the net of Shilovs. He'll bank it to the point. Kiersted going to take a quick wrister, blocked by Baines. Nice job getting in front of that one 35 seconds ago. Checkers played up the wall, and it's taken away by Baines this time. Center ice feed to Mueller, joined by Klimovich, and Mueller dumps it to the right corner. Less than 30 seconds ago. Klimovich coming in to help out his center, but it's taken away by Asplund. Feeds it to Leonard, back to center for Asplund. on the left side. He's at the end of his shift, so he dumps it in. 15 seconds ago as Brisebois ties up Skoog, and off he goes from the puck. Last rush for the period if the Canucks won it. 10 seconds left, and Klimovich is going to change. Jet Wu stays on it. It comes back inside the Checkers blue line. 3 seconds left. Last chance here. 2 seconds. Could have a buzzer beater, and they score! 0.6 on the clock, and Okulyar beats Shilovs before the buzzer sounds.
There's a turnover right at the red line. Okulyar grabs it, goes flying up the gut, and he takes a shot right about the tops of the circles and beats Shilovs clean on the low glove side, just inside the post. It's a beautiful shot, but it's all about the turnover at the red line. You know it's late in the period, you just have to get it in deep. And now 0.6 left on the clock. Charlotte takes a 2-1 lead.
The Canucks were hoping and praying, just staring at the clock, that the buzzer would sound, but credit Okulyar with 0.6 seconds left. Gives his team their first lead at game 1, and the buzzer sounds. 3 goals between these two clubs, and these fans are on their feet as both teams head to the locker room for an 18-minute breather.
And for Abbotsford, now you're 20 minutes into the finals here, 20 minutes into seeing Charlotte face-to-face for the first time. You have a pretty good idea of what they're about now. You'll start to make adjustments, realize that you have less time with the puck. You need to be cleaner, quicker moving north, really strong, and make smart plays, especially around the red line that they just found out. But they'll move on, put it behind them, try and have a good break here and come back strong for the second period.
So after Abbotsford opened the scoring, the Checkers had the last 2 and are out shooting the Canucks 14-8. Pretty entertaining opening frame of this Calder Cup Finals, and thank you for tuning in, folks. My name is Brandon Asto alongside Landon Ferraro, and the first intermission will come back, break things down. We'll hear from Arshdeep Bains, and next thing you know, we'll be dropping the puck on the second period. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. 20 minutes over and done with between the Canucks and Checkers. Brandon Astle and Landon Ferraro with you here after 20. And let's get to the scoring summary. Started quick for the Canucks. 4 minutes, 34 seconds in on a power play. Max Sasson pouncing on a rebound, able to beat Kokkonen for his 5th, assisted by Sammy Blais and Kirill Kudratsev, and 2 really solid plays by the guys that got the assist there, Landon.
It really was. Sammy Blais off of a great rush up the ice and being able, Kudryatsev being able to gather the middle, throws it over to Blais, who makes a beautiful toe drag move, opens up his hips to weasel his way around the defender, gets himself right between the hash marks. Kokkonen makes a great save on the first one, but Sasson standing on the doorstep to hammer in the rebound.
Just after 3 minutes after Sasson opened the scoring, Mackenzie Entwistle at 7:59, bearing his 2nd of these playoffs on a snapshot, assisted by Puljujarvi and Kierstead, and that was a nice little shot in transition.
It was a textbook 2-on-2. You're able to drop the puck to Entwistle, but as he does that, he pushes right through the 2 Abbotsford defenders, and then Entwistle, using the defender as a screen, puts it through his legs, over the high blocker of Shilov's to take the 1-1 tie.
And then with .6 on the clock at 19:59 officially, Oliver Okulyar scoring his 3rd of the playoffs from Michael Benning and Matt Kierstead. And the Canucks were kind of fighting the puck. It was rolling in front of the benches. Maybe took their foot off the gas, thought the period was going to come to a close, but Okulyar saw a lane and was able to beat Shilov's glove side.
Abbotsford was trying to make a change, but the player carrying the puck up the ice didn't quite realize his partner was peeling off. He throws it to the wall right at the benches at the red line. Turnover, quick right into the middle to Okulyar, and he's able to get right to the tops of the circles and gets the shot off before the end of the period and beats Shilov's low on the glove side, just inside the post.
So 2-1 checkers, shots are 14-8 for the home side. Power play department, Abbotsford 1 for 1. Charlotte 0 for 2 after not scoring on the double minor to Danila Klimovic. Shots on goal leader for the checkers is the man who just scored, Oliver Okulyar. He's got 3. And for the Canucks, nobody with more than 2. Blais, Sasson, and DiGiuseppe each have a couple. So 20 minutes over and done with, Landon. What are your overall thoughts of what you just saw?
It looked like a game where 2 teams are just, as much as they're trying to push the pace and play their game, they're trying to figure out how the opposition likes to go about it. How is this series going to go as they're feeling it out? But like we were saying, now you're 20 minutes in, you can see for Abbotsford, you can see how aggressive Charlotte's going to be all series long. They're always going to take that extra chance trying to cause a turnover. When there is a turnover, they move it north quick. They try and take advantage of it. So now Abbotsford can go back in, regroup a little bit. The coaches will have a decent idea of what they want. They'll check some video. They'll relay a message to the players. Again, just a nice, quick, clear message. And it's going to be, the ice isn't very good. We can't be trying to make the extra play. Make the hard play. Get it deep in their zone. That's where Abbotsford's at their best. Driving 4 lines, playing in the offensive zone, holding pressure. Make Charlotte defend them. That's where they can make them pay.
So Charlotte is the affiliate of the Florida Panthers, and you hear that they kind of play like Florida, and not just kind of, you can really notice it after 20 minutes, hey Landon?
It's not quite as physical, but the way that they like to forecheck, the commitment to it. When one guy goes, all 5 guys are in. Both D are going to be hard coming down the boards. So for the Abbotsford defenders, they're going to have to make sure they get their head up. If they see their winger that they want to pass to is getting pinched down on, throw it off the glass, throw it high, do a nice high flip, get it into the neutral zone. Let the Abbotsford forwards use their speed and skate onto it. See if you can start to push them back a little bit. Just like the Edmonton Oilers need to do against the Florida Panthers, you need to back off their forecheck. If you can accomplish that, you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
The Canucks' best period all year long has been the second. They make solid adjustments after 20 and really have taken over games in middle periods going back to early on in the regular season. We'll see if they can do it here in Game 1 of the Calder Cup Finals. And before we get to the interview with Arshdeep Bains, hey folks, I want to tell you that the Abbotsford Canucks 50-50 Round 5 Road Raffle presented by Lordco The sales are on now until the end of the second intermission of Game 2 coming up in a couple of days, so it'll be open for you then up until Sunday on Father's Day in the second intermission, and the estimated jackpot is 75 grand. Buy your tickets now online at AbbotsfordCanucks5050.com. Must be 19 plus to play. Know your limit. Play within it. And I mentioned we're going to hear from Baines here in just a moment. He has been so good over these last few games. Went 16 without a goal to begin these playoffs, but has 3 over his last 2 and had a signature performance in Game 6, closing out the Texas Stars. Here is the Surrey product, Arshdeep Baines.
Well, Arsh, here we are almost at the middle of June, and you guys are still playing hockey. Have you been able to kind of step back and just take it all in, or are things just kind of a little too crazy and can't really let anything sink in that much right now?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of happens pretty quickly. I think we were just on the bus coming to the rink today, and we're talking about it's almost been 2 months. It doesn't feel that long ago since we played that first round against Tucson, and just to kind of see how far we've come, it kind of happens pretty quickly when you get to this point.
What's been the one thing that stand out about your team? Like you mentioned, from Game 1 of Tucson up until now, what has been like the constant factor as the big reason why you've gotten to this point?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a long journey to get all the way to play in mid-June right now, and I think we just kind of trusted our process, kind of what we're good at, and even when things kind of got tough, we knew what we're good at and what makes us the team we are. And also, I think we clicked at the right time towards the end of the year, kind of getting hot with that win streak, and then kind of carrying it into playoffs. We're kind of just clicking at the right time.
So early in January, Arsh, you guys were below 500. Can you put your finger on one thing as to why things changed? You mentioned you guys were clicking at the right time. You had a couple of win streaks, one that was 8 wins long, one that was 13. Is there like a turning point to the season that you can think of when you look back?
Yeah, I think, maybe a little bit before that 13-game win streak, I think we were struggling a little bit. We were in Laval. I think we lost 6 straight.
Yeah.
We kind of sat down as a group and kind of talked about what we wanted and how good we can be if we, kind of come together and figure this out and pull towards the goal all together. And ever since around that time, we really just kind of dug deep and figured out what makes us good and kind of what we have to do to be a good team. And I think we've got to give props to the coaches and the staff and the guys that we have in that room that trusted each other and kind of got us to the point we are now.
One word that Manny uses to describe you guys all the time is depth. What do you see when you look up and down your roster right now, Arsh? Because there's guys that are obviously able to play in this league, but right now there's just not enough room for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a word that we're grateful for. I think we're a deep team, and that goes all the way to the guys that aren't able to play in the night every single night. That they are good players and they could play on other teams for sure. And we're blessed that we have a group like this that pushes each other every single day. And you kind of see it in this playoff run when guys step up and all over the depth chart. When you need a guy and maybe some guys aren't going, it's what's got us here so far. And I think we're just lucky that we got a team like this.
We were talking with Abbey Canucks forward Arshdeep Baines, and I want to ask about your play lately, Arsh. Last 2 games, you've got 3 goals to your credit. Can you describe why the puck's finally going in for you? Is it one of those things that you can't really describe, or are you doing something differently?
Yeah, I mean, it took a couple of weeks, but I think I kind of just played my game, and I think I had the looks throughout the playoffs, but just kind of a little bit snake bit. But like I said, we got a lot of guys that have stepped up, and I'm pretty grateful that I got to step up in an important time. And I think you don't really want to emphasize too much about points, but I think there's been a lot of guys that have contributed and done a good job, and whatever helps the team win, right? So there's been a lot of guys that that have had great playoffs throughout the whole. Guys that showed up in certain times other guys have, and that's kind of why we're here right now.
Are you much of a golfer, Arsh? Because if you are, I imagine your short game's pretty good with that empty netter you had in Game 6.
Yeah, that was a funny one. I kind of just wanted to get the puck deep. I saw the net, kind of just put it in that area, and it, kind of like a movie scene, just felt like slow motion going over everybody's head, and it was pretty fun, that one in. How
can you describe the atmosphere, especially the last home game? I mean, have you ever played in an environment like that in Game 6 against Texas?
Yeah, that was something different. Obviously, playing in a full stadium, regular season, whether it's Rogers or Abbey, playoffs is just like a different environment when, you know, the crowd's fully into it. They're all screaming. They're all getting the towels going. It's a special feeling. I think the guys are eager to handle business here and come back home and see that crowd again and see that advantage we have there.
Also, one thing that came out of Game 6, which was really cool, 3 of the 4 goals you guys scored were from Surrey guys, yourself and Juju Ikera. How cool is it to kind of share that moment with him and what was probably the biggest win in Abbotsford Canucks history?
Yeah, that was special. I think, you know, ever since we got Juge, he's been a huge piece for this team, and he's a big-time player, and he steps up, you know, when we need him, and he plays hard every single night. And I think, you know, me and him, we've been growing up together for a while now, and being able to play together, it's a blessing. And scoring those goals in that important game, it was a special feeling, and I know our parents are probably pretty happy about that too. Speaking
of playing together, Arsh, you've played with a bunch of different guys throughout this playoff run, and right now you're with Mueller and Klimovich. And if you guys have looked pretty good since being formed as a trio, what it is about you guys that can really make some problems for the defense, you think?
Yeah, Klimmer's is a great player. He's obviously got the talent, and he's a horse out there, and he works super hard. I think just trying to get him the puck. Me and Mueller's a hard worker. He's 200 foot, and he's a huge piece up the middle. I think big success is when we play hard down low in the O zone. Klim can score from almost anywhere, and he's super talented and works hard as well. And then obviously I'll try to make plays, and then, you know, good things kind of happen from there.
So yourself, a very good 200-foot player. You mentioned Ty Mueller as well. I mean, just a rookie, Arsh, how has he been able to kind of play the way he is? Like, obviously he's not going to put up a ton of points. That's not really his game. But how big of an impact does he make defensively?
Yeah, you see it in the playoffs. He's a playoff player. And when he's in the D zone, it's hard to get the puck off him, and he's checking. It's hard to stay away from him. He does a good job of just being a strong, reliable player. And it's not easy being a rookie coming in and, you know, have to play those heavy minutes and then being there at the end of the game and being reliable. I think he's really done a good job of showing what he's good at. And like I said, he's a dog. He wants to play in the playoffs, and he wants to win games.
There you go. That is Arshdeep Bains. His team trailing the Charlotte Checkers by a 2-1 score after 20 minutes. Going to take a break, come back with a second period face-off. Thanks for tuning in, folks, on your Friday night. You are listening to Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC, playing now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. welcome back to Charlotte for the start of the second period. Canucks and Checkers. We've traded sides. Sasson, Carlson, and DiGiuseppe, starting with Brisebois and Mancini. And look who's in the crowd, former Carolina Panther legend Luke Kuechly, who is an unreal linebacker, getting the cowbell going as we are back underway as the Luke Chants make their way around Bojangles. Never did I think I'd say that in my life. Luke Chants around Bojangles as we are back underway. The Checkers control it inside their own line, and not for long. It's played out to center. Trickles in the Abbotsford end. Skoog battling Mancini, two big boys. And Carlson helps out his D and chips it all the way down. And the puck rolling is going to help it past the goal line for an early icing call. 27 seconds gone by, and now in the building landing, they are announcing the O'Couliard goal as he gave his team the lead with 0.6 seconds left in the first.
And it's going to be so important for the Abbotsford Canucks to exit their zone. It can't be a bunch of little small passes moving just a couple feet up, trying to support that way. You need to be able to start stretching out Charlotte. The way they forecheck's way too aggressive. There's someone on top of your teammate as soon as it gets moved.
Checkers win the draw, left point. Here's Carrick, the 50-point man for the regular season, takes a shot that gets blocked. Sasson makes a strong play up the wall to Carlson. Canucks bring it to center. Carlson with a soft chip in. Canucks are going to start a change. Carlson's all by himself as he throws his man in the end wards Benning, and down he goes. Benning picked up an assist on that goal from O'Couliard's Chris Colo. Takes it around the net of Shelovs, trying to feed the point, hit the skate of Nate Smith. Now played down to the corner, sort of, battling Willanen. And it comes out in front, Nate Smith with a nice backhand feed. It was a dangerous one, but it worked to carry in front of the net of Shelovs. And now Sammy Blais backhands it off the official. And Nate Smith's offside. Checkers throw it to center, and Chris Colo dumps it in. Minute 15 gone by in this second period. Jet Wu able to hang on, do it at his goal line. Fans on his pass, but still makes his way to Smith. He'll go cross ice to Willanen. And then Blais stepped on the puck at center, but Nate Smith follows up across the blue line. Top right circle, spins back to the blue line. Protects it on his backhand and gets it down low. Intercepted, and the Checkers bring it ahead. Entwistle shoots it in deep. Hirose goes skate to stick. Under pressure, feeds it up the wall, held in by the Checkers. At the point, Kierstead's shot stopped by Shelovs, and he'll cover. 18:08 to go, still 2-1 Charlotte as Shelovs gets his first test of the second.
And Shelovs obviously not wanting that finish to the first period, letting in a goal with 0.6 seconds left. As Charlotte gains the zone, they rim it all the way from his blocker to glove side, gets back up to the point, they rip it side to side, but Shelovs standing well above his blue paint, ready to take that point shot. Looked nice and aggressive and hopped on his own rebound quite quickly to cover up.
Shelovs stopped 12 of 14 in the opening 20. And the Checkers gonna need a new center as O'Couliard's waved out. Chase Waters digs in for Abbotsford. Now he gets tossed. Waters is out there for face-off duties as Mueller and Baines are on the wings, but now Mueller steps in. Wins it clean to Hirose. That's why you put two centermen out in the D zone. Baines kicks it to Waters. He'll play it through center, jam back towards Hirose, and knocked in deep by Charlotte. Kudratsev behind his net, trying to find Mueller. Kierstead with a good pinch, trying to tie it up against the boards. Canucks are outnumbering the puck for now, and Mueller able to escape with it, but O'Couliard stayed with it. Backhands it behind Shelovs, and Hirose tries the other side. Baines getting help from Waters. Nice job again by the Charlotte D to hold it in. Now Kudratsev fighting for it against O'Couliard. Comes to the high slot for Steves. Wrist shot stopped by Shelovs, and he'll hang on for another face-off. Nice job by that third line of the Checkers to make things happen as the Canucks were having some issues getting out.
And for the Canucks, trying to get out of their end is being a tall task right now. But one thing that is clearly not working is the rim around up to the forward, the winger on the half wall standing still. The D for the Charlotte Checkers are coming down so aggressively that they're not even meeting to make a battle. They've constantly jumped ahead of that forward, that winger on the wall, and gain full possession. They're going to have to, Abbotsford's going to have to find a way to kind of carry it with a bit more possession.
Victor Mancini outside of his line, lost it at center. Good back check by the Checkers. And here they come, led by Asplund. Left wing feed for Skoog. He'll take a shot. Stick save by Shelovs. Bjornfoot will wrap it to the right point to his partner Hovorka. He'll shoot it down low. Stolen by Breezeball, but he gave it right back to Hovorka. Hovorka behind the net using that long reach. Feeds the point. Leonard is there. Trying to step around Sasson. Beautifully defended, and Max poked it off his stick to center. Didn't bite on the fake. Checkers shoot it right back into an empty corner. We've played over 3 minutes in the second. Still 2-1 Charlotte. Here's Phil DiGiuseppe. A high wrister to the right wing looking for Carlson. Chop back to the red line. Sasson in his own zone. Mancini right back to Sasson. Looks up. Sees his teammates gone to the bench for a change. He hits Sammy Blais with a pass. Blais, who grabbed an assist on Sasson's power play goal, weaves his way in the attacking end. Can't get around Benning. And here comes Justin Sordoff the other way to the right wing for Chris Colo. Chris Colo takes a shot, blocked by the skate of Wolanin. Puck ends up behind the cage. Sammy Blais steals a pass from Sordoff and goes cross ice to a wide open Wolanin. He'll bank one to center. Kara picks it up, gives it ahead to Sammy Blais on the right side. Blais trying to cut towards the slot. Hit a stick. Kara follows up but overskates it. Checkers bring it back. Here's Smith. One-on-one against Jet Wu. He'll dump it behind the net. We've played over 4 minutes now as Kudratsev wins the battle, feeds it up the wall, held in by Kierstead. He picked up 2 assists in the first period. Sammy Blais finds the puck and able to chip it high between the blue lines. Canucks need a change. Checkers go off as well. Still 2-1 for Charlotte. And here comes Kierstead with time and space the other way. In the Abbotsford zone. Nice back check by Mueller as he stole it. He'll look to counter. Ty Mueller on the left side. Enters the attack. Wrist shot. Hit a shin pad and ends up behind the net. Kierstead around the corner to Will Lockwood. He's got Puljujärvi flying out of the zone. He hits a defenseman, Sassana instead. Left circle. Good back check by Baines. Lifts the stick and takes it away. Tristan Nielsen hustles. One hands ahead for Mueller inside the attacking line. Mueller couldn't get there before Bjornfoot. And now the Checkers behind the net looking to break out. Nielsen can't get it away from Sassana. Abbotsford's going to change. Here's Will Lockwood to center for Puljujärvi. Quick pass, Bjornfoot. He'll shoot it in, and the Checkers go off. We've played over 5 minutes in the second period. No goals to report yet. Still 2-1 for Charlotte. Now Klimovich able to get it through center. He's traded spots with Tristan Nielsen in the second frame as Klimovich lost the puck inside the left circle. Checkers have it in their corner. And Okulyar will find Steves, who nearly gave it up. Okulyar bails him out and dumps it to a defenseman, Hovorka. Tobias Bjornfoot, the former LA King, able to find Steves. Played behind the net of Shelovs, and Mancini steals a pass, finds Chase Waters. He'll clear the zone, but shot in quickly by Carrick. Shelovs leaves it for Mancini behind the goal line. Almost at the 6-minute mark. Good flow. Not a ton of whistles. And now the puck is picked off at center by Benning. Down the right wing, Michael Benning. From the corner, plays it to the left side for Carrick. Carrick trying to settle it, just dumps it behind the net. Mancini, the only skater there. Mancini takes his time, feeds it to Brisebois, out to center, knocked down by Leonard, and he'll bring it in with speed. John Leonard with a wrist shot, missed the glove side of Shelovs, and Sasson picks it up off the carom, plays it to the line and out. Carrick thought about changing, picks it up instead, and rifles it in deep. 13:30 to go, still 2-1 Charlotte. Mancini to his partner Brisebois, pressure coming. Asplund trying to tie him up. It's in some skates. Asplund hits the deck. Leonard's there. So is Skoog. Leonard behind the net, looking for an option behind. Throws it in front, and Skoog chipped it through the crease and out the other side. Now Kierstead left point. Back for Leonard. Both teams need to change when they can as Mancini knocks down that shot. Look through the center, and Carlson ran into Leonard. Mancini follows up, and Chris Colo takes over. Carlson and Sasson stuck out there as Chris Colo brings it in. Waiting for help off the bench. Sharp angle shot, hit the stick of Mancini. Now on the right wing, it's Sordoff for the shot. Scores! Justin Sordoff makes it 3-1 as he beats Shelov's blocker side. Came off the bench and puts it home.
And the story of this period, especially so far, is Abbotsford struggling to get out of their own end. And when they do, it's a turnover in the neutral zone. Sordoff comes off the benches. Another one gets put back in the Abbotsford zone. It gets rimmed around, banks off the boards, comes right to Sordoff, who takes a long wrist shot from the tops of the circles. The right-hander does a nice little toe drag shot and beats Seelov's high on the blocker side, just in the top corner of the net. A beautiful shot, but for Abbotsford, they need to find a way to bring the speed back into their game a little bit here to match Charlotte. 3-1, 12:52 left in the second.
The Surrey product, Justin Sordoff, able to bury his fourth of the playoffs. Played minor hockey with Archdeep Baines of the Burnaby Winter Club and played junior the Vancouver Giants alongside Tristan Nielsen. Gets a third straight goal for the Checkers here in game one. And Bjornfoot dumps it back in the Abbotsford zone off the draw, 12:40 to go. Chris Colo set him up. He'll get the primary assist, and now it's at the point. Havorka lost it, and now Smith's going to be on a breakaway. Nate Smith, in all alone, shoots, scores! What a response from the Canucks, and Nate Smith buries it. And it's a one-goal game again, 12:30 to go. He was just able to catch up to it, and he makes no mistake. And that two-goal lead from Charlotte did not last long.
And right on cue, just for saying Abbotsford needs to find their legs. They cause a turnover in their own end. As he looks up, he sees Smith take off up the guts of the ice. He's on a clear-cut breakaway, and Sammy Blais able to move it up. He's chasing it all the way to the bottom hash mark, trying to catch up to it. Just touches it, flicks it high glove over Kakkonen. 3-2, 12:30 left in the second.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered for Abbotsford as this crowd goes silent. Blais gets his second assist of game one as he sprung Smith between the defense. So 5 goals already. We're not even halfway through this game, and now the net's knocked off behind Shilov, so we get a stoppage. And we will take a break. The score, Charlotte 3, Abbotsford 2. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey. Actually, we're gonna keep it here. We're not gonna break yet.
The play's too good to be taking a break right now, Brando.
Yeah, both teams going back and forth, sort of. And Smith, the goal scorers in quick succession. And I'll give you credit, Landy. You said it off the air. You predicted a goal from Nate Smith tonight because he had a goal in the game, a rebound and warm-up.
Took it right out of midair. He's got to be feeling good.
Here's Tristan Nielsen playing it in for Ty Mueller. Couldn't get his way around Okulyar. And the Checkers taking in the Abbotsford zone. It's Steeds. Nice move around Kudratsev. Around the net. Throws it towards the crease and is blocked by Mueller. Great job by the rookie centerman to get in the way. And now Nielsen plays it off a stick outside the line. Okulyar plays it right back in. Took a high hit, and that'll be a penalty. He is hurt. Delayed call as the shot ends up at the right point. Okulyar needs a whistle. He's still on his stomach as the extra attacker's coming on. This might be a 5-minute major as Kudratsev touches. And Okulyar, who's wearing the fishbowl tonight, took that one, I believe, on the fishbowl, and we'll see what the officials decide as Tristan Nielsen is a guilty party, and now we will take a break. The score, Charlotte 3, Abbotsford 2. You are listening to Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and watching on AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Bojangles. Officials still deciding what the penalty is going to be to Tristan Nielsen, as Okuliar stayed down for a bit, Landon, got back up and skated to the locker room. So we'll see if it's 2 or 5. We know the Canucks will be shorthanded for sure.
I'm still waiting to see, but as the turnover at the red line happened, Okular's moving and holding off an Abbotsford player, so his head's kind of down. He's in that awkward position where it's almost one hand on his stick trying to hold possession while guarding off the player. And Nielsen comes in and gets him with a pretty good hit up high. So we'll see where this one ends up, whether it's a 2 or a 5.
Nielsen's in the box for now, as the officials look like they have made up their mind. No penalty up on the clock just yet. It'll be the third man advantage of the game for Charlotte. They are 0 for 2. 11:36 to play. Sort of scored at 7:08, but 22 seconds later, Nate Smith on a breakaway scores his 4th from Sammy Blais. Now the Checkers trying to get their 2-goal lead back. And Nielsen is still in the box, so that's a good sign for Abbotsford that he's not getting ejected.
And for Abbotsford now, it's about bearing down on this penalty kill. Like we've said, the penalty kill for Abbotsford has been phenomenal through the playoff run. But they had to kill off a 5-minute in the first period. We're still waiting to see what they're going to have to kill off here in the second. But regardless, they just got back within 1 goal of Charlotte. You need to be able to find some ways to pull some momentum out of the penalty kill. Be hard on pucks. Pressure when it's available. As soon as there's a bobble or there's a puck on the yellow, explode out. 1 go, all go. You need your support. See if you can put Charlotte under pressure here. Force them into some tougher plays.
So one of the officials is still talking to the timekeeper. Still no penalty on the box or on the score clock for Tristan Nielsen. And how about this, Landon? Every player skating in this game for the Canucks tonight, it's their first ever Calder Cup final appearance. But they do have one player that skated in the Game 7 in the Stanley Cup final, and Sammy Blais, which I think is pretty good.
I think that's a pretty high pressure situation. So they can look to him. And on the other side for Charlotte, I believe there's 2 of them.
And one won a Calder Cup, and
won
Carrick.
a Calder Cup. Chris Kulo's won one with Grand Rapids. So they have some pretty good players that have had some playoff experience and Calder Cup as well.
And now they are sending Nielsen to the box and giving the penalty to Kudryavtsev. 2 minutes on the clock to Kirill Kudryavtsev. He was in the area as well, Landon, but was it not Nielsen making the contact?
It definitely was. I've watched the replay about 4 times now, but regardless, Canucks are going to be happy that's a 2-minute penalty.
And Mueller aggressive after the Canucks dumped it down quickly off the draw. Mueller tying it up in the corner, trying to eat some clock. And the Checkers able to pick it out of his skates, and it's Leonard spinning back and handing across ice to Asplund. Asplund fighting the rolling puck. Yeah, this ice does not look good at all. It's been hot in Charlotte, around 30 degrees Celsius. And now Charlotte's offside as they touch it, so not a great start to their power play. 30 seconds gone off. 11:06 to go in this middle frame, and have yet to set up.
And just like you said, Brandon, Nielsen doing a great job up ice, forcing, not giving them an easy exit even on the power play. And that pressure up ice, it really engages the other 3 penalty killers. Now they're moved up the ice as Charlotte's trying to get in the zone. Abbotsford holds the blue line perfectly and forces it offside.
Benning off the face-off win, hands off to Sortif. Justin Sortif, who scored his first NHL goal of the Panthers during the regular season, plays it in for Puljujärvi. Drop pass, Sasson read it, and then Sortif broke his stick. He'll go to the bench for a new twig. And now Charlotte sets up with a point shot, and that was tipped just wide by Puljujärvi. Brisebois trying to clear. Sasson picks it up, out to center for Baines. Back to Sasson on the left wing, but it rolled off his stick, and he's going to touch it. They're going to say play on. I thought it was going to be offside. Charlotte setting it up in the left wing. Down low behind the goal line is Puljujärvi. Takes his time. 48 seconds to go in the power play. Benning to Puljujärvi. Right back to Benning. He wasn't expecting it, but easily skates onto it. Over to the big man, Vilmanis. Now Sortif left circle. Shot glove save Shelovs. He's ready for that one and hangs on for a whistle with 10-12 to go in the period and 36 seconds left in Kudryavtsev minor.
And that's a good save for Shelovs, as he's let in 3 so far. All of them shots from a bit of distance, beating him clean. 2 of them beating him clean, one to the blocker side, one to the glove side. Well, that was a pretty similar shot with some good velocity on it. He's standing at the corner of his crease at the top and makes a nice clean glove save, no rebound, look confident in it. He's gonna have to find his game and really help hold this team in it while Abbotsford tries to get back on the attack.
It's still 3-2 Charlotte as the Canucks win a draw and Hirose banks it down. Checkers might have one last setup if they hurry. We're at the halfway point of game 1. Kudratsev coming out in 20 seconds, he hopes. Here's Asplund with speed down the left wing in the Abbotsford end. Chips it around the corner. Plays it to the other side for Leonard. Leonard to the left wing, Skoog under some pressure, 5 seconds left. Skoog finds Asplund behind the net. Hirose trying to work over Chris Colo. And now we're back to 5-on-5. The Checkers are 0 for 3 on the power play. We'll see if the Canucks can grab some momentum after a good kill, and they have 2 forwards through center. It's a 2-on-2. Here's Chase Waters on the left wing. Waters lost the puck as he tried to take it towards the crease, then took a high stick, and now the Canucks are going to the power play if Charlotte touches it. We'll see if it's 2 or 4 as it's touched up by the home side. So after a strong PK, the Canucks going to the PP on the other side. The score, Checkers 3, Canucks 2. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and watching on AHL TV through FloHockey. It's going to be a 4-minute power play for the Canucks as we're back underway. Second period, 9:14 to go. It's Karikoff. 4 minutes for high-sticking Chase Waters as the Canucks set it up along the blue line, looking to tie this game. Here's Klimovich taking a wrist shot that was blocked by Bjornfoot. Comes to Sammy Blais. Around the net, finds Klimovich on that right side. Down low feed for Sasson, who scored the power play goal in the first. Plays it to the slot. Nice job by the Checkers to get it, and Sordoff will play it all the way down. So this is the second double minor high sticking penalty we've seen early on here in game 1. The Canucks had it courtesy of Klimovich in the first, and now Kirik for Charlotte. Here's Kudratsev, who just sat in the box for interference, dropping it for Nielsen. Nielsen for Klimovich. Back down behind the goal line. Klimovich trying to get it from Hovorka. He'll chip it to the line and all the way down as it got away from Christian Wolanin.
It's going to be so important for Abbotsford on the power plays. The most important player is going to be the bumper, the guy in the middle. He's there to relieve pressure and try and help get that possession. He's going to have to be on his game tonight.
Nielsen to Carlson in the slot from Mueller. Backdoor pass looking for Baines. He was open but was behind him. And now Carlson right corner skates onto it, plays it in front, and Mueller missed the one-timer. And here come the Checkers. John Leonard, he's the most dangerous player in the playoffs. Short-handed slap shot blocked by Wolanin. And Baines will try to step on the gas through center. Gets away from one man, takes it down the right wing. Baines all by himself, good entry. Trying to find Carlson, he's got him. Left wing feet for Nielsen, wrist shot, missed the glove side of Kokkonen. And the Checkers find the puck and clear it down. There's 2:25 to go in this double minor. Canucks trying to catch the checkers changing. Here's Nielsen on the right wing. Nielsen slows down, stops in the corner, lost the puck, tries to tie up Bjornfoot. Waters will work into the left wing for Blais. Not on the point for Kudratsev. Traffic in front. Back to Blais, left circle. Toe drag shot, hit the post. Good chance for Blais, and then Nielsen feeds a point. It wasn't anywhere near Kudratsev. It ends up all the way down in front of Shilovs.
That's as far on the inside post it can hit without going in. It ricochets all the way back to Blais, basically.
Kudratsev to the left wing for Blais in the Charlotte zone. Minute 50 to go in this man advantage. Canucks are officially 1 for 2 tonight. Blais feeling it. He's got 2 assists and just hit a post, and a Checkers defenseman finds a loose puck and dumps it down to Shilovs. He'll play it all the way down. This might be icing as he missed everybody, and that will be the call. 6:50 to go, still 3-2 Charlotte. At a minute 35 left in Carrick's double minor.
And Shilov split the difference. He had Kudryavtsev and Klimovich about 20 feet apart, and he ends up banking it off the boards between the two of them. They're just showing the highlight again of the Blais shot. He comes off the blocker side of Kakinen, makes a great move, a nice curl and drag. It hits the inside of the far post, just not enough to poke and go in.
Shots in this period are 9-2 Charlotte. Face off here, left circle between Asplund and Waters. Still no sign of Okulyar after taking the hit, which we still think was Tristan Nielsen. Kudratsev got interference, so maybe the officials saw something else compared to the replays that we saw a bunch of times. And Kudratsev starts a breakout and leaves it for the speedster Sasson. He likes to take it in by himself, and he chips it down the wall. Sasson to the right boards for Chase Waters. Waters, soft touch to Klimovich. Canucks set it up to the point. Wolanin has Sasson screening, passes to Klimovich. Wrist shot, hit a skate, comes to Sasson in front, but it's poked away at the last second by Will Lockwood and dumped down the rink by Kiersted. What a play there by the former Abbey Canuck.
They do a good job to pounce right on it, not let Sasson get a clean look in front of the net. He couldn't just get a handle on it.
50 seconds to go on the power play. Nielsen across the line. Right wing feed for Carlson, trying to get it back to Nielsen. It's stolen. Checkers have a chance to clear. Carlson holds it in. He'll sweep it to the left wing. Baines battling Bjornfoot. It comes to Kiersted. He might have a lane here, but it's stolen by Nielsen behind the net. Make that Mueller, and the Canucks will set it up with 30 seconds left to work with. Baines, left circle. Back to the point for Wolanin. Carlson screening in front. Wolanin. Baines under pressure. Bjornfoot steals it, and he dumps it down. Nice play by Tobias Bjornfoot, and that's pretty much going to do it for this man advantage.
Abbotsford had a pretty good start to this power play. They looked like they're real sure of the next play that's going. The puck needs to be moving fast with how hard the Charlotte team's coming at them, even on the PK.
Power play is done. The Canucks are 1 for 3 on the man advantage, but they have it inside the line. Here's Carlson with a shot, and that hit a shin pad and trickles wide. Jujhar Khaira trying to skate onto it. He's feeling some pressure, and now it's picked up by Chris Kolo. He'll bring it over center, tries to dump it in, and he will. Fanned on it initially. And now Hirose's tied up. Chris Kolo down there with Skoog. Hirose backhands one towards Khaira. Khaira able to get it to center. Throws it to the left wing for Smith. Smith taken to the ice. Trying to still play it on his rear end. The Checkers come up with it. And here comes Skoog, the big winger. Over center. Rips it in deep with 4:35 to play. It's still 3-2 Charlotte. Akito Hirose behind his goal. Saucer pass to Mancini. He'll leave it for DiGiuseppe. Left wing feed, he finds Smith, end of a shift. He'll get over the blue line and wrist one off a stick. DiGiuseppe trying to track it down right corner. Gets away from one man. DiGiuseppe stays on the right side, takes a wrist shot, hits a stick, finds Nielsen, sharp angle shot, stopped by Kokkonen, and he'll cover for a whistle with 4:14 to play as the two teams gather for a moment, and we will step aside. The score, Charlotte 3, Abbotsford 2. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Bojangles. Still a 3-2 lead for the Charlotte Checkers. And fans, one last time, you're going to hear it. Come see Elmo, Cookie Monster, and all the fun creatures when Sesame Street Live comes through Abbotsford Center on Sunday, June 15th. That's in 2 days. Tickets on sale now at abbotsfordcenter.ca/events. And as many of you know, I had tickets in the front row. We bought the meet and greet pass to meet Elmo and the gang. I was fired up, but unfortunately I can't make it. So Grandpa is getting one heck of a Father's Day gift on Sunday afternoon at Abbotsford Center.
I know how sad you are missing that. You've brought it up multiple times, almost as much as Bojangles.
4:14 to go. I am a bit sad.
Of course you are. It would have been a great show.
Elmo puts on an entertaining product, just like these two teams are in game one. A face-off, left circle between Carlson and Chris Colo. It's one towards Sasson. He'll play it to the right point for Jet Wu. He's got a little bit of time. Wu looks up, plays it towards Sasson, left circle. Being watched closely by Kierstedt. Banks it down low for Carlson. Carlson skate to stick up the left wall, looking for space, feeds a point, will land in one-timer, glove save Kokkonen. And he'll hang on for a face-off with 3:56 to play.
Just even that 15-second stretch there, that looks closer to the Abbotsford Canucks that we're all used to seeing. They control the puck below the goal line. As soon as they get their feet above the goal line, they're looking for their play. They go low to high. And Mancini's able to get the good one-timer off. And Kokkonen makes the glove save and holds on to it. There's going to be a face-off to Kokkonen's glove side. 3:56 left in the second.
Blaze, Smith, and Kara have another good game together. Smith and Blay have combined for 3 points, as Nate is going to take the draw here against Asplund. Okuliar is back in the lineup, by the way.
I was just going to say, that line of Smith, Kara, and Blay, they're such a heavy line, but they play with pace still. They're physical, but they can bring it on the offensive side as well. This is going to be a massive line in this series for Abbotsford.
Checkers leading the shots, 23-12 right now, as Abbotsford would love a late one like Charlotte got at the end of the first. Checkers win the draw, and Bjornfoot will play it up the wing. Sammy Blay saw it coming, keeps it inside and chips it behind the net. Kara's on the forecheck. Blay trying to get it right back. Right point held in by Wu. He's got some time. Hands off to Blay, right circle. Blay, toe drag move, trying to bring it in front. His shot turned aside. Rebound to Smith, couldn't backhand it towards the crease, and the Checkers clear it out. Canucks are starting to come on here. 3:30 to go. And Sammy Blay again showing off those nice hands. Now Nate Smith in the neutral zone will backhand it to an empty wing. Skated onto there by Hovorka. Hovorka shoots it in, and the Checkers will change as Jet Wu picks it up. Wu to Blay, trying to get to the red line. Ran into Steves, but made the pass to Smith, who chips it down low. Benning up the wall for his partner, Carrick. Carrick to Okuliar. Back inside the Abbotsford line for Carrick as Nielsen got the stick whacked out of his hands. Wants a call, not going to get one. Here's a chance for Benning, right circle in front. Puck loose and cleared out of danger by Brisebois. And finds Baines, but he's unable to clear. Now it's tied up along the far boards. In some skates, Okuliar battling. Baines able to come away with it and chop it out. 2:35 to play, still 3-2 Charlotte. Carrick finds Steves. Canucks are changing as Carrick gets it back and goes D to Benning. Right back to Carrick, looking for someone at center. Has some room, so he'll take the ice he's given and throws it towards Mancini in the Abbotsford end. Mancini rolling puck, lost it, but Shilov's alertly poked it away for Klevich, who lost it in Lockwood, and his shot was blocked by Mancini. Close call there. Checkers get it back. And here's Kierstedt left wing. Rister hit the side of the net. Fans think it went in, but clearly did not. Now Lockwood to the corner, trying to start a cycle. Interrupted there by Kudratsev, and he'll play it all the way down. And this will miss the goaltender. It'll be icing. So after the Canucks had a couple great shifts in the attacking zone, the Checkers at the other end going to work. We got 1:52 to play.
And off the latest turnover in the defensive zone, the Charlotte players cutting from Silov's blocker to glove, and he sees a player backdoor. He tries to feed it all the way through, and Shilov's read it perfectly. Extended the right leg and got his toe on it to just take away the chance. Didn't even get him Didn't even let him get a shot on net. Just read it perfectly.
Shots are now 10-5. Checkers in this period as Kudratsev flicks it all the way down. This time, it won't be icing. 100 seconds ago in the second period. Still a 3-2 advantage for Charlotte. As Kiersted has it behind his goal. On the tape of Will Lockwood. Rolls off his stick, but finds Sassana. He'll get it to center for Puljujarvi, who backhands it down low. Lockwood's against Hirose. Around the net, picked off by Di Giuseppe. Around the boards looking for Carlson, but a good pinch by Sassana. Keeps it down low, but Kudratsev intercepts. Then the Canucks look to break out. Here's Di Giuseppe down the right wing in the Charlotte end. Di Giuseppe stops, looks for help. Backhands it down low. Carlson behind the net, trying to get away from Chris Colo. Carlson to the right point for Wu. Traffic forming in front. Last minute of play. Wrist shot tipped wide by Max Sasson. Sasson behind the net does a nice job of freeing it up for Carlson. Right point feed for Wu. Wrist shot, save. Rebound comes to Wolanin, who just jumped on. Wolanin behind the net for Carlson. He'll chip it to an empty corner to himself. Nice play there. Carlson backdoor pass. Wolanin has a man in front. It rolls towards the crease. Sasson taken down. That's going to be a penalty. But Will Lockwood might have saved the goal as he hauled down Sasson, who was looking to lift it home on the backhand, but instead he was dragged to the ice.
And Wolanin does an unbelievable job selling this. He's looking up to the far point and ends up throwing it to Sasson, who was just coming from behind the net, trying to hit him back door, but it hits off the defender's foot. Kakkonen has to make a great stretch save off his left pad. And while Sasson was going to clean up that rebound, he was going to have a good chance at putting it in empty net. They hook him and pull him down. Abbotsford back to the power play. 39.3 seconds left in the second. 3-2 Charlotte still.
Those banks off a skate are usually very difficult to stop, Landon. Nice job there by Kakkonen as he gets set for a face-off to his left. Canucks' fourth power play of the game. They are 1 for 3. Waters, Klimovich, and Sasson are up front. At the blue line, Kudratsev in play as the Checkers turn it over behind the net. Sasson steals, trying to set up for play instead, and now it's a sort of breakaway. Justin Sordoff in on Shelovs, and he backhands it up the pad, throws it in front. Shelov reaches back and gets the whistle. Nice job by Kudratsev to harass Sordoff at the last second. Didn't allow him to get an A shot away, and it remains 3-2.
There's miscommunication at the tops of the circles in the offensive zone. Sordoff reads it perfectly, explodes up the middle of the ice. Just like Brandon said, Kudratsev does a great job to just keep in the back pocket of Sordoff, but he still makes a good move to his backhand. Shelovs stretches all the way out with his right pad and is able to get a piece of it and hold on to it. Great save. Face off to the blocker side of Shelovs. 25.3 seconds left.
Close call there for the Canucks as they win the face-off, and Carlson plays it to Nielsen. Cross-ice feed, Wolanin will skate onto it. There's 17 seconds left. Canucks got to hurry if they want one last chance up the ice. Linus Carlson flicks it to the right boards. Mueller now behind the net, trying to get it away from Kiersted. 6 seconds left. It's stolen by Baines. Last chance here, 5 seconds. Baines in front for Nielsen, shoots, and he just missed the top shelf, and the period comes to an end. Oh, they almost did what the Checkers were able to do with 0.6 left in the first period, as Nielsen can't believe he missed it.
And what a great play from behind the net by Baines, who once again just shows his patience and creativity. He starts to come out the glove side of Kakkonen, does a quick spin, goes all the way back around and is able to throw it out front, but the puck just goes over the crossbar.
What a game between the Canucks and Checkers. This looks like it'll come down to the wire, folks. 3-2 is the lead for Charlotte as both teams got on the board, one after another. Shots on goal in this game are 26-15 for Charlotte, but Abbotsford really came on in the late stages, survived a bit of a push by the Checkers, and then Tristan Nielsen was licking his chops. Left circle trying to put it top shelf glove, but just missed. But Abbotsford will start the third on the man advantage for another minute, 21 seconds with a fresh sheet of ice. We'll see what they can do. We're going to come back with a second intermission. Landon and myself will break it all down, and we'll have a feature to run from the Canucks Insider podcast as Chris Faber caught up with Jet Wu, and they had a nice chat about his career growth, the Abbey Leadership Group, and much more. So stay tuned for all of that to come in the second intermission. Thanks for tuning in, folks, on your Friday night. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey presented by BCLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. We got a good one brewing on our hands in game one of the Calder Cup Finals. Charlotte leading Abbotsford 3-2. Going to the third period, Brandon Astle and Landon Ferraro back with you. And lost to recap, let's get to the scoring summary in that last period first and foremost. At 7:08, jumping off the bench, taking a pass and bearing it blocker side on Shelovs is Justin Sordoff, his fourth of these Calder Cup playoffs, and a nice pinpoint shot to put his team up by 2, Landon.
And you can see why the Florida Panthers are excited about the prospect of Sordoff. The way that he could pick that puck up clean off the bounce off the wall, have a nice little toe drag, ripping the snapshot far high on the blocker side. It comes off his stick like a missile, and it was beautiful goal to make it 3-1.
So that put the Canucks down a couple, but immediately, the next shift, 22 seconds later, Sammy Blais spots Nate Smith behind the defense. Looked like he might not be able to catch up to it as it rolled off his stick, but he was able to get there in time and lift it home on the glove side. He's got his fourth of the playoffs as well, with the only helper going to Sammy Blais.
And Blais doing what he does best, whether it's in the offensive zone or defensive zone, using his big size, corralling a puck, getting his head up while moving his feet. He sees Smith taking off up the middle, throws a nice area pass ahead of him. And as Smith's chasing it all the way down, you could see him continually pick up his head to get a gauge of where he is on the ice. How's Kokkonen standing in the net? And as soon as he reached that puck at the bottom of the bottom hash mark, just doesn't take any chance, just instantly flicks it high glove and beats Kokkonen.
Looking at some of the numbers after 40 minutes, individually, Sammy Blais and Nat Kierstead leading the way for the respective clubs with 2 assists apiece. Power play department, Charlotte's 0 for 3, Abbotsford 1 for 4. In that last period, the Checkers had 12 shots and of a 2-period total of 26. The Canucks have 7 and sit at 15 right now. And individually, when looking at the shots on goal department, Justin Sordoff having a great game, leads everybody with 5. And for Abbotsford, they got 2 players leading the charge with 3 apiece. They are DiGiuseppe and Blais. So Landon, how much was that second period different from the first, or were they pretty similar, you think?
They were pretty similar, but you could see Abbotsford start to have pockets of where they take over the game for a couple minutes. And you could see within that, it was them being more direct, moving up the ice, less east-west, more north. Again, the ice is in tough shape right now. You can see for both teams it bouncing everywhere. Well, when that's the case, you have to bring the game down to the bones. You can't try and make the extra play every time. And they started to do that a little bit better. And once they got into the offensive zone, they got back to their trademarks, what they've built up through this entire season of possession down low, being hard on the puck, protecting it, waiting for someone to get open, delivering the puck to the area. And they started to look a little bit more dangerous every time they got it.
Folks, the Dunbar Lumber text inbox is open, 650-650. What's on your mind? You got any thoughts or questions at all about this game? What are your predictions? Let us know. Again, the number is 650-650. Landon mentioned the tough ice conditions, just like our dress shirts high up here at Bojangles Coliseum. I mean, I could only imagine how the players feel. They're probably a lot cooler than us, especially now in an air-conditioned locker room, but boy, you're right, that puck is bouncing on both teams.
It's unbelievable. I brought 2 dress shirts because there's 2 games. I think I need 4. It's hot up here, but the guys have been battling through. And once again, you can see them having pockets of figuring out Charlotte. How can we start to counter what they want to do? And with a team that pressures so hard, you need to start putting pucks past the defense in the defensive zone. It doesn't have to be a clean exit every time. The way that the D for Charlotte are pinching down so hard, the Abbey players with their butts up against the boards, they need to gather themselves, get a foot off. Now makes it a harder job for that player coming down. Is the player for Abbotsford going to spin to the boards? Is he going to spin to the middle? Start to put some doubt in it. Maybe that keeps them back at the blue line. That'll help them get moving up the ice.
All right, Landon and I are going to go get hosed down, and while we do that, let's get to our feature interview. Prior to the Calder Cup Finals kicking off, Jet Wu joined Chris Faber on the most recent episode of the Canucks Insider Podcast. Jet speaks about the team's strong play up to this point in the playoffs, his personal growth throughout his AHL career, Abbotsford's leadership group, and much more. Here is Chris and Jet.
Leader in franchise history for games played from a defenseman, goals from a defenseman, and big hits thrown resulting in woos from the crowd. Our guest today on the Canucks Insider Podcast is Jet Wu, as Max Sasson said when he was on the show. What's it like when you throw a hit, and obviously I've seen you throw them with some confidence now, especially you've been around this league for a little bit, but to hear the reaction from the crowd after, how easy is it for you to notice the woos? Because I hear from the crowd, it's pretty cool.
It's rewarding. It's crazy. Even last game, we were saying before, that was probably the best crowd I've seen in a long time. And we have a lot of guys that are able to play physical for the games, but when I do it, it's a lot of fun hearing that from the crowd, definitely.
Yeah. Do the guys give you crap for that? You're the only guy who kind of gets his own. You and Artie have your own champ.
No, they love it too. Like I said, it's a lot of fun playing here and playing in front of that crowd.
Yeah. And so you've been here in Abbotsford. You've seen this grow from day one, right? You've seen this to get to this point now. Calder Cup Finals. How do you look back at these last 4 years and just see kind of how the community has grown with you guys as a team?
It's I was after last game, it was emotional. It's crazy to think how far we've come, as a group this year, but individually over the last few years. I even think back to my first year in Utica with John and Breezer. It's been a long time playing with these guys, and to finally see our success and our growth individually, but as a team as well, and finally get to the spot where we always want to be. It's rewarding.
And it's cool because you're still a young guy, but you've probably done a lot of growing up just as a person. You've kind of gone through becoming a teenager and now 24 years old at this point. To get to this point and have that experience with these guys, especially you brought up Breezy, you brought up John, for them to kind of help guide you into this league a little bit, and now you're probably doing that a little bit to these young guys. It must be pretty cool transition to kind of just see yourself grow through these past 4 years, really.
Yeah, definitely. And I saw the podcast when Breezer was talking about it too, and how he was the young guy and he's the older guy now. And he's not old, but older. And I like to think of myself still as young, but at the same time, I find myself in those shoes that that John and Breezer were once to me, and still are. I'm still learning from those guys, and I think as a group, along with Chase and Phil and All the older guys, like I think we've done a good job in trying to lead this team and grow, off the ice as well. And it definitely shows on the ice.
I think in this league, like even Manny talked about or RJ talked about this, but like the guys who have been around for the 10 years and done this and been pros for that long, like they're so important to this group. Like, what is it about those guys, especially whether it's practice or on the road or like, I have to imagine when you're like a 20-year-old kid coming in and you just played like junior where everything's kind of in line for you, even college, everything's kind of set up for you. Here you're just like, I feel like you're just thrown to the wolves a little bit as like a 20-year-old. So those guys must be massive in those.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you come in as a young guy, you don't really know what to expect. You're still learning everything. And I'm fortunate enough to be with this team for a good amount of time now where I've been able to move up in not just the lineup or the play, but kind of as a leader and being able to grow and help others grow and kind of take in everything that's been brought to us since. And it just makes my appreciation for this whole process that much more.
Yeah. What does it mean to you to be part of the leadership group? Like when you kind of were given that opportunity at a pretty young age too, like for you, what did it mean when that was kind of brought up? Was it like RJ or was it a coach that gave you that chance? Like how did it kind of come about?
Yeah.
What did it feel like?
I mean, it's an honor. I mean, I look at myself as a leader and we have a group of, 20 some odd guys that can all lead and all the guys have been able to be called up at some point in the year to step up in those moments, and they all have. And I'm fortunate enough to be surrounded by other great leaders and help myself grow in that position as well. So I appreciate the chance to being able to be one of those guys that people look up to. And it's off the ice, it's on the ice, and I got to just make sure I kind of keep with it.
So I've watched you for, I don't know, 6 years now. I remember you're playing in junior, playing in your early days in Utica and everything. I feel like the way you're playing right now feels like I saw you at the end of your junior career. Like you've kind of grown into this. You look like you're playing that physical style that I loved watching you play in the WHL. Do you think your game has kind of grown to a point over the past few years here where you're feeling like you're at not necessarily your peak, but you're really continuing to add to your game?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I had a great year last year too, and this year. And when people ask me what kind of game I play, I always say I play a playoff hockey game. And I'm not always a flashy and whatever kind of player, but I'm gritty. I'll stick up for my teammates. I move pucks. I play simple, and I'm reliable. So for me, it's just kind of playing simple and sticking to the system so that everyone around me kind of understands what's going on in the game.
Yeah. Well, I've seen you be the skill guy when you're playing Manitoba. Like, how many goals do you score against them? And I heard the guys said you guys did a trip to the family restaurant again.
We did,
yeah.
year,
So that's like a yearly thing now, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
Marigold Restaurant. It's our good luck. I don't think we've lost after attending that meal, so it's kind of our thing right now. Yeah.
Okay, so the food's got to kind of get the guys going a little bit.
Yeah.
And I heard you like sometimes have to be a waiter a little bit while you're in
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's a little awkward how it's my family restaurant. I'm just sitting there, so I'll go back and help a little bit with the food. But my uncle and parents and my grandma, they all help out a lot, and I know the guys are really appreciative of it.
Yeah. So who's the worst tipper on the team then?
No, everyone's been great. I can't call everyone out.
The way you guys have played throughout these playoffs, and Artie's a big reason for this, and the defense core and you guys, defensively, it's been kind of the thing you fall back on. And we'll see a good game. We'll talk with Manny post-game, and the thing he'll keep bringing up is just like, you guys are sticking to your structure, and when things start getting a little crazy, you guys have something to fall back on. As kind of a leader on the defense core here, like, how easy is it for you guys to get back to your structure with how you guys have built it all year long? And it feels like that's something that everyone can kind of just settle into. Like, how has that worked so well for you guys?
I mean, you go back to last game, or I think we were down, what, 2-0 going into the third, whatever it was. And, we go into that intermission and there's no panic. We're confident we've been there before. We're confident if the game were to go to overtime, we're confident. And it's a weird, I say weird, but it's a weird dynamic how we don't worry on our team. It's a cool feeling to be part of a team like that. Manny and the coach have done a great job the whole year, kind of hammering in our structure and our systems into us, and making sure that we buy in. And once everyone buys in, it's 100% we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
There you go. That is Jet Wu and Chris Faber in conversation. You can find the Canucks Insider Podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or any other podcast app. The video version is available on the Canucks YouTube page, and you can find more information at canucks.com/podcast. All right, just a few minutes away from the opening faceoff of period number 3. The score, Checkers 3, Canucks 2. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650 NHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to the start of the third period. Canucks and Checkers in a good one right now. Charlotte leading 3-2. Brandon Astle alongside Landon Ferraro. And Landon, the task is simple if you think about it for the Canucks. Just do what you did in the third period against Texas in Game 6, where you scored 3 in a row, and the rest is history, right?
That makes things pretty easy if you go about it that way. But for Abbotsford, the best part of this game so far is the fact that they haven't even really scratched the surface of what this team can be. They've had little pockets of it, but this third period, you can see that they really want to push. There's lots of talk on the bench as they're coming out. They're ready to go, and I expect to see them really make a push this period, try and get their game going, play more the Abbotsford style, not trying to really kind of chase the game like to Charlotte, put Charlotte on the back foot and see where that takes them.
So we got a bit of a delay. I think they're waiting for the ice to freeze up a bit more, and wait for it. Okay, I think it's all good now. They're waiting for the ice to dry, I should say.
Oh, I could take a jump in the pool down behind Shelov's net, though. That'd be decent right now.
The Canucks are the best third period team in the playoffs. They have a +11 goal differential. Charlotte right behind them at +8. Different looking line combination for the Canucks is Klimovich is with Blais and Waters to start things out, and we are underway. Blais will spin it back to his own zone for Kudratsev. It is a power play for another 1:05. Kudratsev going to drop it for Sasson. Across the line with speed, cutting in. Sasson with a shot, poked away the last second by Bjornfoot. And it's played out to center. Nice little solo dash there by Max, looking for his second of the game. Sammy Blais, cross ice, stolen away. Checkers look to counter, shorthanded. All by himself was Asplund. He'll spin back and feed it to his own line, sort of. On the right wing as the Canucks change, brings it in. One-on-one against Kudratsev, fans on his shot. Nice defense there by the rookie. And Nielsen will take it back the other way with speed. 30 seconds to go in the power play. Baines behind the net. Bjornfoot trying to get away from Nielsen and Mueller. Feeds it to the point. Unable to clear was Entwistle. Baines sets it up left circle. Drop pass to the point for Wolanin. Under 20 seconds to go in the power play. Baines, head up, down low pass to Carlson. Back to Baines. Top left circle, Carlson once more. Has Mueller in front. Carlson shot, glove saved by Kokkonen. Got it with a glove and will hang on for a whistle.
As Carlson played catch with Baines towards the top of the point. Once he gets it back down, he's on the blocker side. And you can see him start inching towards the net and decides, you know what, I'm going to throw this at it myself. Gets a pretty good shot, but Kokkonen, who's confident and had the angle perfectly, makes the easy glove save.
Ready to come out in 8 seconds is Will Lockwood. And fans, again, a reminder, the Abbotsford Canucks 50-50 road raffle presented by Lordco. Online sales are open right now up until the second intermission of game number 2. And you can get your tickets at abbotsfordcanucks5050.com. Must be 19 plus to play. Know your limit, play within it. Checkers win the draw and send it down, and that's going to do it. Abbotsford 1 for 4 in the power play after starting the night 1 for 1. Almost 90 seconds gone by in this third. DiGiuseppe tips one in towards Kokkonen. He'll backhand it around the boards. DiGiuseppe saw it coming. Plays it to the other side, and Skoog will skate onto it. Nate Smith trying to get in front of him, but Skoog makes a backhander to the red line. Now a bouncing puck finds the Abbotsford zone where Jet Wu is there. One hands it to center, Nate Smith. Cross-ice pass to Willanen. He'll bring it down the left side. Willanen doesn't have a play, so he shoots it around the net. Checkers have it. Okulyar looking for Skoog. The pass missed him. This will be icing against Charlotte with 18:03 left. Still a 3-2 advantage for the Checkers.
So with that icing, it brings over Mueller and Baines, along with Mancini, Brisebois, and Nielsen, looking to take advantage of a bit of a tired group in Charlotte. Mueller's on his strong side as they talk about what play they're going to run. It's a good opportunity to get something good at the net right off this draw if they can manage to win it.
Ty Mueller taking the draw against Okulyar. Both centers will get a warning. And Lennon, coming in this series, just looking at the Checkers roster, they have obviously a couple big boys, but they got some players 6 feet and under. They got 9 forwards under 6 feet and less than 180 pounds, are 3 of them. But they don't play small, that is for sure. They are an aggressive team. And also have 5 defensemen on the roster listed at 6 feet or under as well. But not all of them are regulars. As the Canucks dump it behind the goal line. Nice job by Avorka to make a play. And the Checkers get it just inside the Abbotsford blue line. Okulyar trying to get around Kudratsev. No space there. Kudratsev to Hirose. He'll chip it in the middle to center for Mueller. Right wing feed for Nielsen. Nielsen trying to drive wide around Bjornfort, cutting to the net. Shot stopped by Kokkonen, and he's got the rebound and covers with Baines looking for the loose change. Great job by Nielsen to lower the shoulder and make something happen, but Kokkonen kept it out.
And Nielsen, that's really the first time that an Abbotsford Canuck has been able to put a shoulder down, driving wide, and cut behind the defenseman for Charlotte, Bjornfot. Nielsen on his backhand makes a nice power move, gets us to his forehand, just not able to sneak it 5-hole on Kakkonen. But a nice power move, direct with authority. A face-off to the blocker side of Kokkonen, 17:32 left in the second, or in the third, sorry.
Checkers are undefeated when leading after the second period. They are 7-0. Abbotsford, when trailing after 2, a pretty decent record of 2-4-2. They have only a couple of shots in this period so far. Sasson, Carlson, and DiGiuseppe out there. Sasson's going to get waived. He's taking it against Entwistle, former Chicago Blackhawk. Carlson going to take the draw, try to win it right back to DiGiuseppe or Kudratsev.
DiGiuseppe sitting at the top there waiting for the one-timer.
And then Entwistle jumped, and he's allowed to stay in. And Entwistle wins it back. Sassana dumps it all the way down. This will be an icing call against the Checkers. Shots are 26-17 in this game for Charlotte.
Max Sasson having a discussion with the linesman, trying to figure out what he did wrong in the face-off before. They have a clear plan what they want to do as Sasson steps back in, trying to win the face-off to the blocker side once again.
Sasson wins it to DiGiuseppe. He'll poke it back to the point. Hirose, wrist shot through traffic, goes wide. Will Lockwood trying to pick it up. Able to find Puljujarvi with a nice pass the other way. Puljujarvi back inside his own blue line, didn't have any space, and he gave it away to DiGiuseppe. Throws it down low, and it's blocked by a couple of Checkers. He was trying to throw it down low, and Charlotte brings it in transition, led by Lockwood. He'll take a wrist shot, stopped by Shilovs, and heel covers. He gets his first shot of the third, 16:50 left. Now Lockwood having a conversation with DiGiuseppe.
A deflected shot goes on to Shelovs, who has to fight off with the right pad to keep it out and then quickly hop on the rebound before Leonard could get to it quickly. Or sorry, Lockwood could get the rebound. So there's a face-off to the blocker side, 16:50 left in the third, 3-2 Checkers.
The race to the Calder Cup is on, folks. When every moment matters and every play counts, stream every heart-pounding moment exclusively on AHL TV on FloHockey from now until the cup is won. AHL TV on FloHockey, because playoff hockey hits harder. And pretty cool that this game is available for free, courtesy of FloHockey. Landon, that's your favorite word in the English dictionary?
Would it not be, right?
Nothing's better. Thanks for tuning in, whether it's on their X, YouTube, or Facebook channels. Solid opening to this series, and still got over 60 minutes of action left in regulation. Canucks win the draw. Wolanin behind his net will have some space as the Checkers back away. Looking to clog up the neutral zone. Wolanin skates it ahead, goes to the right side to his partner Jet Wu, and he'll softly dump it in and try to get it himself against Carrick. Play it around the net for Benning. Around the corner, Nate Smith saw it coming. Keeps it down low. Carrick tries it up the wall again. Scoob. Nice high flip on the backhand. Bounces in front of Wolanin at center. Leonard able to get it for Charlotte. Cross ice feed. Carrick came back and swipes it the other way looking for Blay, but out of reach. Now Smith picks off a pass, but did it offside, so the whistle sounds with 16:11 to go.
And Brandon, over that last play, as you're talking about Charlotte sitting back into their set forecheck, I believe that's only the second set forecheck from either team. Neither team's wanted to slow this game down. As soon as there's something behind the net, they just want to get moving up ice, keep the pace of the game extremely high. Both teams want to be really putting the other one on their back foot, not giving them any time to reset and kind of, really buckle down in the neutral zone.
Puck is flipped in off the face-off by Brisebois. Cam bites, couldn't knock Bjornfoot off the puck, and is played the other way. Brisebois lost it, and here's an opportunity in front, but Brisebois able to throw his man down, and that's Sonus Vilmanis. And here come the Canucks, four of them through center. Mancini leading the rush to Waters' left wing. Cross-ice pass picked off, and look out. The Checkers could have numbers either way, but unable to pick up a pass in the neutral zone was Steves. And now Brisebois fends him off from behind. Well done there. Solid shift from Guillaume Brisebois. And Chase Waters will chip it back in the Checker zone and start a change. 15:30 to go. Still 3-2 Charlotte. Checkers from behind their goal line. Break out to center. Kierstedt, backhander. And they're going to say that was tipped by Smith, so icing's waved off as Hirose goes back to fetch. Passes to Mueller, poked off the puck. And then Nielsen able to steal it. Nice job getting in the way of Smith. Now Ty Mueller dumping it all the way down, takes the hit for his troubles. Icing's waved off as Nielsen tied up his man. Mueller comes in, puck squirts free to Sordoff, and the speedster's off the other way. Down the left side against Hirose, he stops. Sordoff to Smith left corner. He'll play it to the right wing for Benning. Benning gets it back behind the net. Kudratsev trying to work over Smith. We've played over 5 minutes now in the third as Hirose separates Sordoff off the puck. Nice defensive effort, and is able to kick it out to center. Checkers waste no time playing it in, and both teams change. Kirill Kudratsev from behind his net, flushed out by Entwistle. Backhand feed for Sasson. He'll pick up speed between the blue lines. Sasson had it poked off his stick. Bouncing puck, and Lockwood feeds it to center for Puljujarvi, but he gave it away. Now Christian Wolanin, headman pass to DiGiuseppe. Down the left side, makes a nice move. DiGiuseppe around Benning, takes it around the net, looking for a man open. He's got Wu with a shot, and that was fought off by Kokkonen. Puljujarvi trying to clear, he's able to do so. Wolanin inside his own line, off the glass. Puck bounces in the midsection of Benning. Back inside the Abbotsford line. Carlson trying to get away from Lockwood. A chip towards Shelovs, and he'll leave it behind the net for Wolanin. We've played now over 7 minutes. Checkers are changing. Canucks look to follow as Max Sasson dumps it down the left wing. Picked up by Leonard. Top line coming on for Charlotte. Bjornfoot going to dump it in. It ends up in the right corner. Skoog. Pressure from behind by Brisebois. DiGiuseppe helping out the D. Brisebois comes away with it. And he'll calmly chip it off the glass. Havorka knocks it down and flicks it in. Got away from DiGiuseppe. He'll go after it against Asplund. Asplund one-hands it to the slot. Brisebois takes it away, feeds it to center. Klimovich, or make that Smith. One-hands it in the Charlotte zone, but the Checkers take over. Havorka goes D to D. Sessana right back to Havorka. His pass hit the skate of Smith. Ricochets back to Sessana. Around his net for Havorka. Canucks applying some pressure, but the Checkers pass through center. Okulyar against Kudratsev at the end boards. Puck is free for Hirose. Around the wing, finds Jujar Kara. He's joined by Kudratsev. He feeds it to him through center. Kirill Kudratsev on that right side, throws it behind the net. Nate Smith is there now on the left wing, trying to cycle it down low. Blais looking to find Kara. Pass got away from him, and Kierstead takes over. Kierstead doesn't take any chances, flicks one to the Abbotsford zone. Lands towards Wolanin. He'll bank it to center for Blais. Missed him, and this will be an icing call against the Canucks. 12:29 to go, still 3-2 Charlotte.
It was almost a really good opportunity. Kudryavtsev throws it off the wall, and Blais just couldn't get a handle on it. But he was the last one of his line to stay on the ice. There was two fresh Abbey players coming flying off the ice. If he could have got a tip on that, they would have had the jump to go get that on the forecheck, go get the loose puck. But instead, there's a face-off to the glove side of Shelov's. 12:29 left in the third.
It'll be sort of against Waters on the dot. Shots are even at 2 apiece in this third period. Canucks get possession, and Christian Wolanin gonna play it towards Chase Waters, who dumps it in, and the Canucks can finish their change. Kokkonen to the corner for Carrick. Trying to clear, he's able to find sort of with speed through center. Jet Wu doing a good job of keeping him in front. And now Klimovich with a nice reach. Has possession in the Charlotte zone, trying to get in front of sort of. Checkers get it back, and Carrick gonna play it outside the line where Chase Waters brings it in, delayed offside, and the whistle sounds. 11:57 to play, and we will step aside. The score, Checkers 3, Canucks 2. You are listening to Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by Sportsnet 650, or presented by Plano.com and Sportsnet 650, and on AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back. Third period about to resume, and want to thank all fans listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650 and HL TV through FloHockey, along with all the fans at our official away watch party presented by Molson at the Canadian Brewhouse in Abbotsford. I know those fans hoping that their team can have a third period comeback as Ty Mueller brings it in. Right wing feed for Nielsen. Right circle in front for Mueller, and he scores! They've tied it! Mueller off a great feed from Nielsen. 3-3, third period with 11:46 to go.
They gain the zone in the middle of the ice. He throws it out wide off the turnover. Mueller throws it outside. Nielsen makes a nice move to his backhand, puts it right back out in front, and Mueller's able, on his forehand, to deflect it to the far side, over the pad, under the blocker of Kokkonen. And all of a sudden, just as you were asking for it, Brandon, 3-3, 11:46 left in the third.
when you make winning plays, Landon, that don't show up on the score sheet, the hockey gods will look after you. And Ty Mueller, parked in front, ties it up at 3. What a game by Tristan Nielsen. He's been flying tonight. And honestly, probably lucky he's still in the game, because we got to look at that replay again on the hit on Okulyar, and there was no interference from Kudratsev. So Nielsen gets a primary assist, and now he's still out there with Baines and Mueller. And again, another assist added there for Manny Malhotra, putting Nielsen on this line as Mueller tried to jam one short side, took a high hit. That's going to be a penalty. Delayed call against the Checkers. Baines controls it. Extra attacker coming on. Baines corner, flips it to the point. Mancini absorbs the check, finds Carlson, who's the extra attacker. Right point shot, save, rebound, picked up by Leonard. And the Canucks, after tying it up, are going to the power play with 11:09 to go.
As he tries to bring the puck and attack from behind.
It's a cross check to the head.
Pavorka comes in extremely aggressive with the high cross check and just buries him. But as the play keeps going, Carlson ends up with the puck at the top of the point. He throws one in. Kokkonen kicks it right out to the slot. And an Abbey player had just vacated that spot, trying to find where the rebound was going to be. Charlotte's able to touch up. There's a face-off to the left, to the glove side of Kokkonen. 11:09 left. Power play, Abbey.
Pavorka is a big man at 6'6", while Ty Mueller is 5'11", so just lost control of his stick there. Now Abbotsford looking for their second lead of game 1. Checkers able to win the draw and flick it all the way down to Shilovs quickly. 5th man advantage of the night for the Canucks. They open the scoring on the man advantage and looking to take the lead again. Under 11 minutes to go in the 3rd period. Max Sasson takes the drop pass. Stick handles to the left wing for Blais. He'll chip it down for Sasson. Tied up in the corner. Kierstead has it. Under pressure, though. The Canucks steal it. Here's Kudratsev, left point. To the right side for Waters. Waters, nice little backhander to the point again for Kudratsev. Now Blais in the wing. Turns. Blais under some pressure. Feeds it down for Waters. Waters trying to poke it to Sasson. It's stolen neatly there by Kierstead. And then Waters is buried in the corner. Made the pass to Blais, and now it's fed to the point for Kudratsev. Kudratsev to Blais, left circle, looking in front, shot, hit the side of the net. Might have glanced off the shoulder of Kokkonen. And now the Canucks looking to win another battle. Sammy Blais helping out, it's stolen by Sortif. Both teams need a change, he'll dump it down. There's a minute to go in this Abbotsford man advantage.
A couple good looks for Abbotsford already on this power play as they move back up the ice.
Christian Wolanin leaves it for Tristan Nielsen, he's fresh. Under 10 minutes to go in the 3rd. Nielsen drives wide. In the corner, he's tied up, picked up by Asplund, and he'll clear it to center. Just out of the reach of Linus Karlsson. Karlsson coming into game 1 with the 3rd most points in the playoffs. Finds Baines at center, nice move around Benning. Baines to the right wing, had it poked away from behind by Entwistle, and look out! Entwistle's gonna steal on a shorthanded breakaway. Entwistle shoots, and he can't jam it in on the backhand. Close call. Looked like he lost possession at the last second. Abbotsford had 2 forwards run into each other in the neutral zone and dodge a bullet. They got 13 seconds left to work with on the power play. Nielsen dumping it in. Picks up speed, left circle. Over to the right side, Karlsson lost it. And it's played off a skate to center, and that's going to do it. The Canucks will be 1 for 5 on the power play. And the best chance went to Mackenzie Entwistle. Now here comes Nate Smith off the bench. Slap shot stopped by Kokkonen, and he will hang on as they're back to even strength. 9:01 to go. We'll step aside. The Canucks have tied it, though. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650, NHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Bojangles. Face off here in the attacking zone for Abbotsford. And while we wait, I'll tell you that you can join us at Abbotsford Center June 20th for Who's Live Anyway, featuring the hilarious songs and improv comedy you love, all live. Plus, this weekend running from Friday till 10 p.m. Pacific on Sunday as a Father's Day special deal. Treat your father to this Father's Day. Get your tickets now at who'slive.com. Blaze Smith and Kara out of the media timeout. Here's the forward line for Manny Malhotra as the Checkers win the face-off and play it in the Abbotsford zone for Wolanin to skate onto. He'll look for Blay up the left side, stolen by Hovorka. Couldn't get around Wolanin deep in Abbotsford ice, and he'll take his time and go across the way to Jet Wu. Wolanin and Wu paired together. They played a ton over the last few years, didn't start this game, and now Wolanin goes off to the bench for a change. Puck is dumped behind Kokkonen, sort of, around the boards. No defenseman's there. Brisebois was coming on late, and Okulyar will look for Chris Colo, but it's intercepted by Brisebois. Brisebois looking for Blay. Okulyar got it back and whips it across the ice, but Mancini will take it. Checkers need a change. 8:15 to go, third period. Victor Mancini with his head up through center finds Brisebois, and he'll snap it in. Up the right side, Asplund. Little backhand feed to Leonard, stolen by Carlson. In the slot, Sasson back to Carlson in front. His shot hit a stick, and ricochets towards Lockwood, who brings it to center. Arose takes over, looking for someone to pass to. Di Giuseppe's there, and it's tipped in, so icing's waved. Under 8 minutes to go. Kierstead behind his net for Lockwood. Di Giuseppe lines him up, and down goes Lockwood. What a hit. And Lockwood's a solid forward. Goes to the bench for a change. He's usually the one that's the aggressor. Now the Canucks break out. Kudratsev over the red line. Dumps it towards Kokkonen. He'll shoot it around the wing, but not out. Arshdeep Baines is fresh. He'll jam it towards the slot. It went between the legs of Mueller. And now Wolanin off his point. Feeds it right corner to Nielsen. Up top for Baines, covering for Wolanin. Trying to get it back to Nielsen. He missed him. Comes to the left corner. Mueller's there. Trying to find Tristan Nielsen. Absorbs the check from behind. Now we have a 2-on-2 battle. It's tied up in some skates. Baines finds Wolanin. Left point, wrist shot. Blocker save Kokkonen and goes out of play. 7:04 left, still a 3-3 tie.
And a great job by Wolanin, who the puck gets poked up to the point, but he's got his head up immediately, and the massive forward of Jesse Puljujärvi was reaching, trying to poke it off to go for the breakaway, but Wolanin's able to make a nice little toe drag, and it doesn't matter about the velocity at that point, just get something towards the net, and honestly, almost best case scenario, blockered out into the netting. So now Waters, Klimovich are able to pop back over to have a face-off to the blocker side of Kokkonen.
Dino Cambites, the right winger. Met his dad at the hotel today. Came in from Colorado. He's a chiropractor. Cambites gets it back to the line. Wolanin to Klimovich. Try to pass. It got blocked. Canucks stay with it, but the Checkers able to find it eventually and get it out to center. Sort of plays it in. Canucks have the momentum right now as Chase Waters takes a hit to make the play, able to jam it along the wing and out. Now Hovorka bank pass to Sordov, and he'll get it back behind Shilovs. Checkers are changing. Wu finds a wide open Chase Waters. Couldn't control on the backhand, but it did get to the Checkers line. Now Abbotsford looks to change, just sort of dumps it deep for a third time on the shift, and now he goes off. Jet Wu gonna bank one to Wolanin. Wolanin with a flick pass. Sammy Blake couldn't knock it down, and it's gonna check up before the goal line, so no icing. Now Kierstead able to find Steves. He'll pick up speed over center, dumps it around the net, comes up the right side. Okulyar leaves it, and played towards the slot, picked up, and off a backhand finds Sammy Blay. He'll play it to Smith, who wraps it in with 6 minutes to go in the third. Jujhar Khaira ties it up on that left side. Nate Smith knocks down Okulyar. Checkers come up with it. Kierstead with that high flick again, which we've seen a ton tonight. Di Giuseppe in support, chips it where it finds Steves, and back in the Abbotsford zone it goes. Both teams are changing. Brisebois behind his net, looking for Mancini. He's got him. Pressure's coming. Up the wing, stolen. Leonard shot. Glove save Shilovs. And he's going to hang on to it. Look like he might play, but the whistle sounds of 5:34 to go. We will step aside. We're tied, folks, 3-3. Coming right back with more third period action. You're listening to Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Just over 5 minutes to go in the third period. 3-3 tie. Face-off here to Shilov's right. It'll be between Asplin and Waters as Chase is out for face-off purposes. Sasson and DiGiuseppe lined up to his left. And it bounces to Wu. He'll feed it back behind the net for Hirose. Takes a quick peek over his shoulder and flicks it out to center for Sasson. Sasson with a blind pass looking for Waters. Instead it's stolen by the Checkers, and then Waters will go to the bench in favor of Carlson. Now puck is tied up in front of the penalty box area. It comes to Carrick inside his own blue line. Shots are 29-20 for Charlotte. Here's Carrick. Banking it to center, picked off by Carlson. He'll feed it ahead for DiGiuseppe. Left wing feed for Sasson. Trying to pick up speed. He shoots. Pad save by Kokkonen. And then it is knocked off as Sasson went sliding into the netminder. 4:59 to go. Close chance and tight there for Max.
And it was a great opportunity. Carlson makes the steal at the red line, quickly gives it to DiGiuseppe, who quickly shoulder checks off the left, realizes that Sasson has a step, gets it up to him. But the Charlotte defender does a good job getting back. And all Sasson can do is direct it towards the net as he's sliding in. Puts the net off the moorings. And now with 4:59 left in a tied third period, the faceoffs to the right, blocker side of Kokkonen. Mueller stepping into the draw.
Yeah, they're going to say Benning push Sasson into the goaltender, so the faceoff stays inside. Off the faceoff, it was done illegally, so they will redrop it. Hey fans, multi-platinum country singer, songwriter Cody Jinks will perform at Abbotsford Center on July 4th as part of his headlining Hippies and Cowboys tour. Get your tickets now at abbotsfordcenter.ca/events. Mueller wins a draw to Brisebois left wing with his head up. Brisebois cutting in with a backhand shot, and he just put it wide. Puck goes high in the air and out of play. What an opportunity for Brisebois to seize part of there, Landon.
As Brisebois launches himself down the left wall, he sees that the ice just keeps opening for him. And he makes a nice move to his backhand, which gets him to the middle of the net. But Carrick, who's sprawled out, is able to get a stick on it. It gets deflected over the glass into the netting. Face-off still on the blocker side.
Just love watching Brisebois play each and every night. And he's chipped in a couple times during these playoffs, but really strong defensive efforts every time he's on the ice. As he gets set for another face-off, hoping it's won back, this time by Arshdeep Bains as Mueller's tossed out. And now the Checkers jumped. We'll see if Chris Colo gets taken out of the circle. Doesn't look like it. So the Canucks have 7 shots in this period and have given up just 3. Solid effort with 4:52 to go. Off the faceoff, Nielsen on his stomach, trying to find Bains. He's tied up along the wall. Nielsen will fling it to the right side for Mancini. He's on his horse and he somehow holds it in. Great hustle by Mancini, but he chipped it over the glass. So we'll have another face-off as Nielsen exchanges post-game plans with Chris Colo. Officials hustle in to separate them. I think they said they're going to Bojangles after.
Yeah, Chris Colo doesn't want much to do with that with Nielsen. Chris Colo known more for his hands and playmaking ability. But Mancini, even though that puck goes out of play, just showcased the powerful strides that he can put as he launches himself from just over center all the way back to the right point to hold that in.
Mueller wins a draw. Bains to Wu, but it jumped over his stick. It comes to center. He'll play it towards the area of Bains. Nice little tip pass to Nielsen. He'll one-hand it in. Saw the hit coming from Okuyar. Got it in deep, and the Canucks go off. 4:25 to play. Hovorka to Okuyar. Back to Hovorka. He'll dump it down. This might be icing, and it will be as Shilovs leaves it. So another O-zone draw for Abbotsford at 4:19 on the clock. And Landon, so geographically, this Abbotsford and Charlotte Calder Cup Finals is the second furthest distance in history, as they are 3,695 kilometers between the two cities. Only the 2014 finals between the Texas Stars and the St. John's Ice Caps was further. And one thing to know about this series as well, there's only 1 day between every game. So when this series shifts to Abbotsford on Tuesday, Monday will be a long travel day for both sides. Off the draw, it's tied up at the end boards. Smith down there with Kara. In the skates of Bjornfoot. Smith comes away with it, looking for someone to pass to. Takes it on his backhand. Bjornfoot stays with him. Smith tried to pass, but hit the stick of a checker forward, and that was the big man, Vilmanis. Now Havorka in his own zone, trying to get away from Kara behind the net. Takes it up the wall for Skoog. Under pressure, gets knocked down from behind. Still able to clear. Fans want to call, they're not going to get one. Linus Karlsson on the ice, takes a lead feed. Cutting towards the slot, he's taken down. That'll be a penalty. Fans aren't going to like this, but Linus Karlsson draws the tripping minor. 3:41 to go. And Abbotsford will get their 6-man advantage, looking to take the lead late. It is still 3-3.
And Abbotsford does a good job of turning this up quickly as Charlotte's changing. Karlsson coming down the left side, tries to flip it on his backhand to cut to the middle, and right when he does, Sasanya puts his stick right in the wrong spot, trips up Karlsson, takes away the scoring chance. Abbotsford back onto the power play with 3:41 left in the third period of a tied game. Just a glorious opportunity to try and finish this in regulation.
Sassana playing his 5th playoff game, hopes he sits for the full 2. Waters, Sasson, and Klimovich are up front to begin this man advantage. Kudratsev and Blais on the blue line. Waters will take the draw against Asplund. John Leonard is out there, and I've got to keep an eye on him. Always looking for chances shorthanded. Checkers win the draw. Kierstead trying to clear. Kudratsev can't hold it in. It bounces past him, and Asplund skates onto it. One-on-one against Blais. Asplund, left wing shot, missed the glove side of Shelovs. Leonard gets a loose puck. He's under pressure from Waters. And it's freed up for Sasson, and now he'll bring it in with Blais. Sasson, fan on his pass. Asplund takes over and dumps it down. There's that ice again, causing issues for these teams. Sasson loses his stick. He's going to the bench for a change. Kirill Kudratsev with a drop pass for Tristan Nielsen, who just came on. He set up the game-tying goal. Nielsen to the right wing. Canucks are offside as Klimovich touches it. 35 seconds gone off this Checkers penalty, and the Canucks will put more fresh bodies on.
And the Canucks had already made half the change of their power play unit. And as they try coming back up the ice, they're just a little bit disjointed. Guys not filling the right spots, and they end up going offside and icing it down, and puck moves all the way back to the right of Shelovs.
Mueller going to take the face-off against Sortif. Canucks win it back. Wolanin to Karlsson. He'll go across the rink for Mueller. Over to Tristan Nielsen. Nielsen starts the breakout under 3 minutes to go in the third period. Tied at 3. Nielsen fumbled the puck, but everyone stayed onside and shoots it in. Mueller with a backhander. Puck rolling on Karlsson. He'll shoot it around the net. Hit the referee. Takes a bounce to Bjornfoot, and he shoots it all the way down the rink with under a minute to go in this man advantage.
And as we've talked about the ice being an issue, with this much played, you got to know that it's going to be tough to make the extra play right now.
Christian Wolanin takes it in by himself. Ties up his man. Bjornfoot trying to clear, and Karlsson holds the right point. Karlsson to the corner, got away from Wolanin, and Kiersted's there, and he'll shoot it all the way down. 33 seconds for this Canucks power play to work with as Shelovs passes towards Nielsen. Mueller will skate it through center. Mueller to the right wing for Hirose. Hirose tries to make a move. Carrick knocks it off his stick, tries to clear, and he put it off his stick and out of play. Face-off will stay inside the Charlotte line with 21 seconds left in this Canucks power play.
And this power play for the Canucks has been a tough one, trying to get in the zone. Even when they've got in, the rim around, Karlsson does a great job holding it in. He sees a wide open player on the far side in the corner, tries delivering it to him, and as soon as that nice saucer pass touches the ice, it skips about 1.5 feet, and Charlotte's able to throw it back down the ice.
You can see why this Checkers penalty kill came into this series operating at over 90%.
They pressure extremely well. They know when to go at it for sure.
If the Canucks can win the draw here they can have one last setup as Smith is waved out. Kara will take it against Sortif. Those two tie up. Sortif wins it to Kierstead. He'll chip it off the boards. Jet Wu can't keep it in. They'll go cross ice at center. Stolen by Leonard. Short-handed chance, and it's stopped by Shelovs. There he is. The short-handed wizard, John Leonard, with an opportunity to give his team the lead, but Shelovs kicks out the right pad as we're about to be 5-on-5. Nate Smith chipping it down to the corner. Kara's there for Abbotsford. Now we're at even strength. Smith ties it up, bending in a battle now with Kara. He'll swing it to the right boards for Hirose. 90 seconds to go as Hirose fighting the rolling puck. It does get to neutral ice. And now Sammy Blais battling for it. It comes to Chris Colo. He's got a man in front, but Jet Wu blocked with his skate. Chris Colo stays on, and his shot stopped by Shelovs. No rebound. And there'll be a face-off to his right with 1:19 to go as a scrum ensues. Skoog is thrown down by Kara. Fans getting into it, and both teams better be careful here.
And Skoog, who just happens to be standing in front of Artur Sielovs, as Kara engages him, Skoog does a good job of making sure that he keeps bumping Sielovs. Sielovs gives him a nice pump, and Kara kind of gives a bit of a horse collar, pulling him out away from his goaltender, making sure he can't have any more contact with him. But Sielovs has to make a pretty good save off of that. It's a low angle shot from his blocker side, but Skoog's able to put it as far over on the glove side, trying to squeak it in far side. Sielovs able to hold tight and get the whistle. 1:19 left in the third.
So if you're just joining us, Ty Mueller tied the game at 8:14, his third of the playoffs from Tristan Nielsen. Shots in this period now favor Abbotsford 7-5. Waters going to take the draw here against Chris Colo. Skoog to his left, Smith to his right. Sasson on the left side, DiGiuseppe right next to him. Waters wins it clean. Breeze ball around his net, under pressure, feeds it around the wing. It comes to the line, held in by Benning. Tipped in front, off a stick of Brisebois. And now DiGiuseppe will knock it outside the line. Carrick shoots it back in. Sielovs thought about playing it, he leaves it for Brisebois in the corner. Trying to find DiGiuseppe, leaves it to center as we have under a minute to go in the third period. 3-3 is the score in game one of the Calder Cup Finals. Brisebois pass at center, puck rolling, Carlson finds it. Left wing pass, DiGiuseppe. Left circle shot, stopped by Kokkonen. And the puck is in his chest. He'll get a face-off with 46 seconds on the clock.
And the Canucks do a good job of working it up through the neutral zone, getting it to DiGiuseppe, who knows he's going to get cut off by Carrick, who's closing on him fast, but makes the smart play. Instead of trying to force a pass, he just gives it, delivers it to the net, to the high chest, but makes sure to get the whistle as he drives the net after. So there's a face-off to the blocker side of Kokkonen. Once again, 46.3 seconds left in the third.
Kokkonen looked unsure where it was. I think it might have dropped between his legs, and the puck was in the back of the net. I don't know if it was pushed in after by Canuck or whatnot, but Max Sasson was animated to the official telling him something. Sasson remains out with Carlson and DiGiuseppe. Barose and Wu on the blue line as overtime looms large here to begin this Calder Cup Finals. Sasson wins it. Carlson to Wu at the right point. Doesn't have a play, so he shoots it behind the net. Bounces in front and gloved quickly by Kokkonen. And the draw will be at the other circle this time with 40 seconds on the clock.
And you could tell Wu wasn't going to take any chances there. As soon as it got up and he saw that the winger for Charlotte was coming out on him, he just threw it about 15 feet wide of the net, hoping for the bounce back, and he gets a good bounce, but Kokkonen reads it perfectly and gets his glove on it before anyone else can get there.
Same lines and D pairs remain on the ice. Sasson jumped early. Is he going to get waived? Yes, he will. Carlson will take it. He's on his strong side. Used to taking a bunch of face-offs. He's got a heavy stick. Loses this one clean to Asplund. And Kierstead will look to shoot it to center when he can. Instead, he takes the red line, plays it off a skate. Puck rolling on Carlson. And he'll shoot it back in deep with 27 seconds to go. Kokkonen around the net to the corner. Kierstead able to find Entwistle. Entwistle dumps it down. This might be icing. Lockwood trying to beat it out, and he can't. And you'll hear the fans boo right now. They disagree with the call, and I think they might have had a case there. 17 seconds left. The Canucks will make changes. The Checkers cannot.
And Entwistle did have the jump on him, but as the puck is moving from Sielovs' blocker side to his glove side, rimmed around, Entwistle chose to go to the blocker side. Wu's able to get to the glove side and make sure that he got to the beat the whistle out and make sure that he gets the call.
Canucks win the draw. Brisebois dumps it around the net. Puck is tied up. Nielsen leaves it for Baines. 10 seconds left. Baines taking off the puck. Lockwood chips it out. Rolls towards the goal line. Will this be icing? No, and that's going to do it. 60 minutes, not enough in game one. The Canucks and Checkers are off to overtime. Abbotsford with a very solid period. They get the only goal courtesy of Ty Mueller. And for a sixth time in these playoffs, the Canucks go to OT, while the Checkers will play an extra session for a third time.
And it's a great job by Abbotsford in the third period once again. You know, they come up big in Game 6 with 3 goals to close out the series against Texas. And here they had to battle all the way back to make sure that they could get this to overtime. They made a push and had a late power play, but weren't able to convert on it. So now we're waiting for overtime.
Don't go anywhere, folks. Still got a lot to be decided. Next goal takes game 1. A reminder, game 2 will be an earlier start time. Sunday, June 15th. It'll be 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock for you fans listening in Abbotsford. And I know it's Father's Day and all that, but what do dads want to do, Lana? They don't want to watch hockey, right? So if that's what dad wants to do, you can't really complain.
No, I mean, they planned that out perfectly. It's hockey and golf. Those are the 2 you got to make sure to go. And when it's Calder Cup final time, you're picking hockey every time.
Yeah, you got the final round of the U.S. Open, and Elmo's in town as well. So lots of options, but we hope you pick the Canucks and Checkers. We don't know who will have the lead. We'll find out in overtime. We'll come back and break it all down. The score after 60, Abbotsford 3, Charlotte 3. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by ECLC Play Now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back inside Bojangles. 3-3 is the score going into the first overtime in just under 10 minutes time. Brandon Astle and Landon Ferraro with you to chat about what we just witnessed in that third period. And Landon, safe to say that was Abbotsford's best frame of game one?
100% it was. They found more ways to bring out what makes Abbotsford good and how they've gotten to this point. They used their speed, they got a little more physical, and you could see with that combo, they caused more turnovers, which enabled them to have a little bit more zone time. They had a lot better looks, but were able to tie it up, but weren't able to find the go-ahead and the winner, even though they had some really good chances, especially late in that period.
So the third period scoring summary looks like this, just one goal to recap, and it was at 8:14. And folks, if you want to know how Ty Mueller plays a game of hockey, just roll back his goal in that third period on a loop, because he starts to play by picking off a pass at center, leads a rush across the blue line, gives it to Nielsen on the right wing, and what do coaches say at a young age? Give and go. He goes right to the net and scoops home his third of the playoffs. Nielsen with the only assist.
And like you said, Mueller does such a good job of gaining the middle of the ice, but he waits and he draws both defenders in. He kicks it out wide to Nielsen, and Nielsen, got to give him a lot of credit as well. As he sees Mueller out front, he doesn't make a soft pass in, trying to just kind of lay it in there. He puts it nice and hard so that when Mueller gets his tip on it, he's able to redirect it and get that 12, 13 inches of air to get it over the pad of Kokkinen, stretching out with the right pad to tie the game.
Shots on goal after 60, Charlotte with 31, Abbotsford with 23, but in that last period, Abbotsford had 8, Checkers had 5. Power play department, Abbotsford 1 for 6, so they have had the last 5 power plays in this game, Landon, and now I'm starting to see why Charlotte has 6 shorthanded goals. They are a very aggressive unit.
As soon as there's any bobbled puck, or even more so, a rim around the yellow, they're wasting no time, Charlotte, in pressuring in all situations, and that's given the Canucks quite a bit of headache, because especially with the ice, pucks are bouncing, it's rolling around, and as the Canuck player at the blue line goes to pick up the puck, it's hopped over quite a few times, and they take off so fast up the ice. Sort of Leonard, especially those two, are able to really take advantage, and Whistle at the end as well in the last power play, able to take advantage of that. They've gotten some really good looks out of it.
So talking about a couple of players that have stood out for both teams, they might just be former Vancouver Giant teammates. We talked off air, Justin Sordoff has looked incredible. He leads the team with 5 shots, and his Giant teammate Tristan Nielsen having a strong game as well with 1 assist and 2 shots on net.
Yeah, Nielsen's had a great game so far. He's gotten himself involved in all facets of the game. He's had the puck on his tape, he's made plays, he had a beautiful assist, but he's been physical as well. And then for Sordoff, I skated with him while I was still playing in the summer a few times when he was quite a bit younger, and you could see some of the skill, but this is my first time getting to watch him in person. His speed and his shot has really stood out. He's looked very impressive for Charlotte, and that's someone for Abbotsford that they're going to have to make sure they get in front of quite a bit, because he doesn't need a ton of space. He'll find it as well.
So in overtime, Landon, we've talked about it before. Remember Christian Wolanin in game 1 of the last series had the OT winner against Texas. We said expect it to be ugly, and it was
a one-hopper.
The goaltender put it in himself off his chest, and I'm thinking tonight we could see the same thing just due to the ice conditions.
That's what I expect as well. As this night's gone on in a very hot and humid rink, the ice is chipped up a decent amount, and as the players, especially in a game 1, you burn through energy quite a bit quicker than other games as you go along, but especially in a game where you have not seen your opponent once through the entire season. So everything's new to you. And as this game's gone along, the speed has picked up or stayed the same at a high pace, but the plays have been harder to make. Everything's starting to tighten up a little bit more, but I expect something, my guess, right off of a turnover, a bouncing puck, and it's whatever team can take advantage of that first.
All right, we'll take a break and come back with overtime. We'll see who skates away with the Game 1 victory. Thanks for tuning in, folks, on your Friday night. You are listening to Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play, now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Charlotte, North Carolina for the start of overtime. 3-3 after 60. The Canucks, as I mentioned, right after the third period, they are 3-2 in overtime in these playoffs. Carlson, Wolanin, and Klimovich are the OT heroes for the Canucks. The Checkers have played overtime twice. They are 1-1. Rasmus Asplund scored an OT winner against the Hershey Bears. And the Checkers landed trying to keep their 8-game winning streak alive, and they have yet to give up 4 in these playoffs and need to win tonight to continue both streaks.
That's a heck of a streak to have, but the way Abbotsford's been going and have gone and really through this entire playoff series or playoff run, they get better and better as the game goes along. And I fully expect Abbotsford to have their best start of a period in overtime here. They go back in, they get a nice reset, they come back out, and you just see the determination in the team. Everyone's kind of off on their own skating, looking down, making sure they're getting their breath. They know what they have to do off this opening face-off, and you want to attack early. As the period of overtime goes on, things start to break down more. You want to try and end it while your team's got some juice in the tank.
So Sasson begins here with Carlson, DiGiuseppe, Brisebois, Mancini, The Checkers respond with Asplund, Leonard, and Will Lockwood gets a promotion to the top line. He's on the right wing. Behind him is Havorka. To his left is Bjornfoot. Puck is down. OT is underway. The Checkers win it inside their own zone. Bjornfoot fires it up the wing. Leonard battling for it. It's played towards DiGiuseppe. Back to Carlson. Quick shot. Hit DiGiuseppe and goes out of play. He tried to jump out of the way, but hit him in the back of the leg. Good early chance, just 14 seconds in.
And again, just another sign of how Abbotsford's really started to find their game. I've said this to you, Brandon, so many times. You know, you've seen it all year. I've bumped up and down. Their second effort on pucks, the puck get moved up the wall, they don't quit on it, and they get a good scoring chance out of it that just gets deflected out of play.
Sasson wins it back to the right point. Mancini, quick snapshot block, comes back to him, and then able to find Brisebois. He'll take a wrist shot that goes wide. Cochran didn't even see it. Puck is jammed behind the net for Sasson. Good play by Asplund to steal it away. And the Checkers break out to center. Asplund looking for Lockwood. He'll chip it around his former teammate, Guillaume Brisebois. Lockwood has a lot of former teammates. Now Mancini had his pass blocked. It comes around the wall. Lockwood's going to change, so DiGiuseppe's there, and he'll play it to center. Carlson trying to get behind the defense, but it's poked away by Carrick. Sasson follows up and dumps it in. That'll start a change for Abbotsford. Closing it on the first minute of OT. Here's Smith. Down the left side, makes a move. Left corner, plays it to the right side, sort of. Cut off by his Giants teammate Nielsen, and a long pass finds Baines at center, rolls off his stick. On the right wing, trying to make a play, and Carrick able to muscle him off. And then chips it to neutral ice where he's taken back by Mueller. Mueller couldn't sweep it in. Chris Kola was all over him. And now Benning able to chip it across the blue line. Willanen picks it up. Checkers are changing, and Jet will fire ahead for Nielsen down the right wing. And he was offside. So the faceoff should be where Jet Wu delivered the pass, which was in Abbotsford ice.
And he was just a hair offside as he was trying to read the puck, well know where he was on the ice, and he just took one step too quick. So the puck comes all the way back down to the blocker side of Shelobs. 18:32 left in overtime first period.
And the hero could be anybody. This team, both teams have a lot of depth. Abbotsford has had 19 different players score at least once in these playoffs. Charlotte is behind them with 17. And on the face-off right now, it is Waters against Okulyar. Both on their strong side. Waters wins it back. Kudratsev to Hirose. And Hirose chips it to center. Comes right back to him. In some skates, the Checkers have it. Kierstead back in the Abbotsford zone on the left wing. Wrist shot blocked by Kudratsev. Goes into the corner. Kierstead will go to the other side. Okulyar takes a shot that was blocked by Hirose. It finds Kierstead off his left point. Feeds it behind the net. Hirose trying to steal from Steves. Those two tie up. Hirose trying to kick it. He finds Kara. Strong defensive play there by Akito. And Kudratsev with a soft flick on the backhand gets it out. We've played over 2 minutes of overtime. Kierstead surveys. Hangs on to it. Checkers are going to start a change. Sessana dumps it in. Hirose behind his net, picks it up and stops. And he's going to have some room here as the Checkers finish that change. Kudratsev trying to get to the red line. He is able to shoot it deep. Now the Canucks go off. Sasson, DiGiuseppe, and Carlson on the ice. Bjornfoot will chip it ahead for Puljujärvi. He'll swipe it to center where Carlson takes over. Couldn't get it towards DiGiuseppe. Here's Bjornfoot to the right wing for Skoog. Skoog will shoot it in. Mancini anticipates, takes it on the backhand. Rims it up the wall for Carlson. He's got some space. Carlson is center for Sasson off his skate. Couldn't get it to his stick. And the Checkers looking to bring it back, but Benning overskated the pass. Now goes across ice to Carrick. 3 minutes played in OT. Will Lockwood dumps it in. Mancini sees him coming. Lockwood takes a bump from Brisebois. Mueller trying to take Leonard off the puck. Brisebois helps out his centerman, finds his partner Mancini. He's got some room. Baines to Carlson. He's got Mueller going towards the attacking zone. And the pass was a little too far in front, but he tracks it down left corner. Absorbs the check, but lost it off his skate. Sorta from behind his net. Gonna pick up speed the other way. Justin Sorta to the right wing. He's got Leonard. Leonard stops, fumbles the puck. Nielsen takes over. Nielsen, with good patience, feeds it to Willanen. Cross ice now for Wu. Jet Wu picks up speed. Down the right wing in the Charlotte end. Wu, and we're gonna have an offside call as the Canucks were changing. And the whistle sounds at 16:14 to go.
As Baines was going off, Nielsen had to quickly lift his one leg that was holding him onside to make sure they didn't collide. That's where they go offside. But again, this Abbotsford team has seemed to really kind of settle into the game here. They've seen what Charlotte can do, what they want to try and do. Abbotsford's patience with the puck, their physicality started to show through, and they're starting to move up the ice a little bit cleaner.
Both teams haven't given each other much. Neither goaltender has faced a shot yet in OT. Canucks win the faceoff. Kudratsev goes across to Hirose. He's been clutching these playoffs. Hands off for Klimovich. His shot hit his stick. Ends up into the corner now. Kierstead under pressure from Waters. Kambites plays it back in deep to the other side. Sessana takes a check from Waters. Keeps the feet moving and thought he had his defenseman open, but now it's stolen by Kambites. Kambites tied up from behind. Kierstead trying to chip it through his skates. Waters helping out his winger, and Kambites just slides it off a stanchion and nearly caught Kokkonen, who can't clear. Now Hirose left point, fighting a rolling puck. Gets it deep as the Canucks change. Checkers looking to get it out. Sessana backhands it to Kierstead, and he throws it all the way down. This will be icing, and they got some tired legs on. Does Charlotte, 15:29 to go. We'll see if the Canucks can take advantage.
As soon as the play was called dead on the icing, Entwistle instantly drops to his hands to his knees, exhausted. He was just going to go try and make a change. And there's a couple other of the Charlotte players quite tired out there too, as Kara's line is back out there trying to take advantage of the situation on the blocker side face-off.
Kara against Okulyar. And both centers jump. They'll get a warning. Okulyar trying to catch his breath. He's hunched over, as now he is about to put his stick down against Kara. And again, both of them jumped. They'll stay in, and now it's dropped. It's played towards Sessana. He's got a lane to clear, and he makes no mistake. Brisebois kicks it down with his right boot, gets back to the red line, and doesn't allow the checkers to change as he plays it in. Sessana with a nice job getting up the wall, and Okulyar tied up by Smith in front of the checkers bench. Now they can go off if they want. Smith kicks it in his own end for Brisebois. Cross ice Mancini. Center ice for Sammy Blais, and he'll play it to the left boards. Nate Smith trying to go after it against Carrick. And Chris Colo comes back and will weave his way through center. He's got speed. Down the right wing, wrist shot save. Rebound in front, and Blais takes it behind his net. Doesn't have a play, so he shoots it out to center. Benning brings it in. He's got a man offside, so he couldn't touch it. And now Kara banks it ahead for Carlson, left wing. He's got Blais with him. Carlson protects the puck, looking for someone to pass to. Sassen's there on the left side. Sassen throws it off his stick. It ends up behind the net for Sordoff. Canucks are going to finish the change, and here's Trevor Carrick. Up ahead for Smith at center. Smith cross ice. Chris Colo touch pass to Sordoff, left wing. Turns, looks for someone to pass to, shoots it instead, and Sheloves hangs on to it. Thinks about playing it, but now gets the whistle, and there's a first shot of overtime.
And Sheloves wanted to play that, but it was caught in his midsection from the long just wrister thrown in from the point. He's trying to shake it out and couldn't get it out in time. So there'll be a face-off to his blocker side, 14-16 left in the first overtime.
Both teams off to a bit of a careful start, safe to say, Landon?
Yeah, no one wants to be the one to make that mistake, to give up and lose game one. So they're feeling it out a little bit. But again, someone's going to eventually here get the bounce they need and take off. And that's generally what happens, and especially early in a series. It's that quick hit offense after a turnover.
Waters against Entwistle on the draw. And those two went early, and Entwistle won't be allowed to take it. Skoog will. Skoog talking with Entwistle quickly before he digs in. Shots 33-23 for Charlotte. Waters wins it clean behind the net and finds Brisebois. And Brisebois plays it off the window to center. Mueller tracks it down. He's one-on-one against Kierstead. And now taken to the corner. Puck played ahead for Skoog. Skoog cross ice to Sessana, hit him in the skate, bounces in the corner. He'll play it up the wall. Entwistle trying to get around Mancini. Decides to play it back to a defenseman, Kierstead. He's having a good game, and he whistles it in deep. Puck hits another stanchion and finds Breezeball behind Sheloves. Up the wing for Arshdeep Baines. He couldn't handle the pass, but it did get out. Carrick wastes no time slapping it back in. Breezeball waits the puck. Backhand to forehand. Middle of the ice to Mueller, but he can't clear. Havorka to Asplund. Asplund right corner looking for Leonard. Leonard trying to get away from Hirose. Mueller's there. Leonard gets it back. Wrist shot off a stick and goes wide. Mueller picks it up. Has a chance to clear, makes no mistake. And Tristan Nielsen will look for Baines. It's stolen by the Checkers, and they got numbers the other way. Asplund across the line. Left wing feed for Carrick. Throws it in front. Blocker saved by Sheloves. And played up the wall. Tristan Nielsen will backhand to the line. Havorka keeps it in for now, but Mancini plays it ahead. Missed Nielsen, and this will be icing against the Canucks. And now they have two tired wingers on in Nielsen and Baines. Sasson is fresh.
Much like a few minutes ago when Charlotte iced it with a couple really tired guys. Abbotsford's in the same exact position here. They'll need to make sure that they bear down on this face-off, try and make it as easy as possible to get the exit. And especially with the long change of overtime, it's not easy to just get it out and make a change. They got to make sure they get it nice and deep and give them a chance to get that wholesale line change.
Keep in mind, folks, the Checkers have played far less hockey than the Canucks. Abbotsford's played in 6 more games than the Checkers and had 4 days between games, while the Checkers have been sitting around for the last 9 days. Mancini off the face-off win, dumps it down, icing's waved. Nielsen gets there before Kierstead and one-hands it to an empty corner. Benning trying to get around DiGiuseppe. Puck finds a skate and it almost banked in. Kokkonen didn't see it. That would have been something there. Canucks nearly catch a huge break, and now it's played in the Abbotsford zone for DiGiuseppe. He'll get it to Hirose, who banks it to center. Carlson, cross-ice feed, finds Kudratsev, tries to one-hand it in, and he does. 12:25 to go in the first overtime. The Checkers play it off the glass and out. Kudratsev back for Sasson. He'll shoot it towards Kokkonen. The goaltender stops it as the Canucks change. Carrick looking for a winger. He's got Sortif in the neutral zone. Chris Colo couldn't catch up to it, but it comes back to Sortif. And he plays it in deep. Sesonov is right point. Can't get it around Wolanin. Jet Wu takes the feed. Rolling puck. Has his head up. Able to find Waters the other way. Waters to DiGiuseppe. He'll tip it in. Canucks change. Waters after it. Ties up his man against the end boards. Carlson's down there. Nearly had the puck. Now he'll get it at the end boards. Carlson in front for Waters, and well defended by Sasana. Now in front for Klimovich. His shot hit the post. Oh, he beat Kokkonen blocker side, but hit the pipe. He nearly had his second OT winner of these playoffs. And that will not count as a shot on net. Now Carlson plays it to the point. Stolen by Steves. Trying to pick up speed. Hands off to Chris Colo. And Steves was offside, and the whistle sounds, or else Skoog had a wide open chance. Fans disagree with the call, but it was not even close. 11:30 to go.
He makes a move just at the blue line that throws his teammate on the far side offside by about 1.5 feet. But earlier in the shift, Abbotsford does a great job of pressuring in the corner. They get a pop puck right out to Klimovich between the face-off dot and the side of the circle in the middle. And he pumps a one-timer off the far post. Just couldn't quite get it to get in. That close to ending game 1 right there.
Great work down low by Carlson to spot Klimovich, who found a soft area away from a couple red sweaters. We play on, and the shots are still 3-0 Charlotte, although Klimovich has had the best chance. Mancini off the face-off win to Brisebois. Looking for Blay in the neutral zone. The Checkers touch it. They're delayed offside, so they got to tag up. Now Nate Smith chips it to an empty area. Rolls down in the Charlotte zone. Jujhar Khaira under pressure. Gets taken down as he beat out the icing. And now Smith will take it the other way for Charlotte. Smith on the left side. Try to pass that hit a skate. Jujhar Khaira takes over. Feeds it to Jet Wu. He'll do a high flip to center. Finds Sammy Blay. Can't get around Benning. Good defense there. And now Havorka will chip it through the neutral zone. Here come the Checkers 2-on-2. It's Puljujarvi. Wrist shot. That was blocked by Wu. Plays it back in front. Shelov's a save, and he covers with 10:45 to go. Haven't really called Puljujarvi's name much after he had that early breakaway in the first.
No, he's had a pretty quiet night, but he picks up the puck with a full head of speed. Catching Jet Wu a little bit flat-footed, but Wu makes a great play with his stick to deflect it to the side of the net and out of harm's way just before Shelovs could cover it up for a face-off to the glove side. 10:45 left.
Mueller, Waters, and Baines on the ice against the top trio of Charlotte, Asplund, Lockwood, and Leonard. Asplund wins it. Wolanin trying to get it away from Leonard, but he skates away and plays it in front, and Asplund couldn't connect. Chase Waters chips it towards Mueller. Waters follows up, can't clear. Now Jet Wu just picked the pocket of Leonard, hit the referee's skate so it didn't go up the wall. Checkers catch a bounce, and now Asplund around the net of Shelovs plays it towards the slot. A sliding block by Wolanin clears it to the line, and Baines will chip it to the head, but Leonard with good speed steps in front of him. Checkers bring it back. Here's Lockwood down the left side. Will Lockwood with a shot. Glove saves Shelovs. There'll be a face-off to his right with 10-10 to go. Nice job snatching that one down.
And ever since the third goal went past Shelovs, he's been outstanding in net tonight. Right there, he's able, again, aggressive at the top of the paint, not really giving any chance of this puck going in. He watches it all the way into his glove confidently as he covers up, makes a save with a face-off back to the blocker side again.
He's faced 36 shots. Kokkonen staying loose in his crease. Has seen 23 come his way. Chase Waters stays out there for the face-off. And he wins it straight back. Canucks able to play it out as Benning couldn't keep the right point. Now Sasson on his horse trying to get in front of Benning. Those two tie up, and it's loose behind the goal for Sortif. Sortif one-hands it to the neutral zone for Steves. He'll chip it in deep. Puck ricochets to the corner. Hirose trying to get it to Kudratsev. It rolled over his stick. And the Checkers play it down low, but Kudratsev took it away from Sortif. And Linus Karlsson able to skate away from Benning. Chips it out to center for Sasson. He's got some room. DiGiuseppe's with them. He'll drop it to DiGiuseppe. Spin move inside the right circle. Stops, takes a shot. Glove save Kokkonen. There's its first stop of overtime. 9:29 to go. And we will step aside. The score, Abbotsford 3, Checkers 3. Don't go anywhere. Overtime resumes on the other side. You're listening to Canucks Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to Bojangles. 9:29 to go in OT. Face off, right circle. In the Charlotte zone. Smith playing Kara out there. Mancini and Brisebois on the point. Canucks have the best chance of OT as Klimovich rang one at the post a few minutes ago. Asplund jumps early. He's going to get tossed. Officials tonight, that's Anthony Lapointe. He's reffing his third Calder Cup final. Anthony Lapointe, the other lines person, reffing his first in these finals. Jordan Samuels-Thomas is one of the two referees. This is his second Calder Cup finals. And Stephen Hiff in his first appearance on the AHL's biggest stage. Now Nate Smith gets waved. We got two new centers in, Kara and Leonard. Should be advantage Kara, but Leonard kicked it back after he tied him up. And Checkers breakout clean to center. Kierstead snaps it in. Breeze ball behind his net for Mancini. He'll play it up the wall for Blais. Blais takes his time, steps around Leonard. Pass it to center for Smith. Nice blind pass to Breezeball on the left side. Breezeball pushed it too far ahead of himself, and Lockwood takes over. Looks to pass his center, dumps it down. This will be icing. He thought he had Asplund cutting to the left wing, but was way too late.
And as he throws that one, just a bit outreach of Asplund, the Canucks get Baines' line back over with Mueller and Smith. Or sorry, Nielsen, sorry. And they're going to be looking, they have it set up to Wolanin with a big shot on the back end, who you were just mentioning had the first overtime winner in game 1 against Texas.
Off the face-off, the Checkers looking to clear. Wolanin chops it off Lockwood. Nice job in support. Mueller makes sure it doesn't exit the zone. Now Wolanin with one hand couldn't keep it in. When Leonard takes it by himself, wrist shot goes wide of Shilovs. His line mates are about to change. Now Christian Wolanin will start the other way. Cross-ice pass finds Jet Wu. He'll play it high in the attacking zone. Mueller's going to go on the forecheck against Skoog. Play it around the net for Benning. Benning off the boards and out. Puck is on edge. This might be icing, and it will be. 8:24 to go, and Landon, we are in for one. We both ran out of water, and it feels like we're in the Sahara up here. So we're digging in deep down here too, folks, or up here, I should say.
Well, we're very much up here. But this is really the first time in the game that you can see Charlotte getting a little bit tired, starting to make some mental mistakes. Their passes aren't quite as crisp. This is really opening a door for Abbotsford, who seem to be almost getting more of their legs into it, feeling a little more confident in the first game of the series.
Fresh line comes out for Abbotsford. Sasson, Carlson, and DiGiuseppe. And off the face-off, DiGiuseppe got a stick high on Carrick, and there's going to be a Charlotte power play. A third high sticking call of this game. We'll see if it's 2 or 4.
They just motioned 2. So DiGiuseppe.
No, it's 4.
Oh, jeez.
On third 4-minute double minor for high sticking.
The puck gets won directly to the boards, and as DiGiuseppe goes to get his stick into Carrick to make sure he's got body position, he doesn't realize that he's a bit ahead of him. So instead of it hitting his midsection, it goes all the way up and smokes him in the chin.
So it is 2 minutes. Jordan Samuels-Thomas signaled 4. Stephen Hiff said 2. So the Canucks hope that they keep Stephen Hiff's decision. Huge opportunity for the Checkers. They're 0 for 4 on the power play. As the fans make some noise, DiGiuseppe hoping he comes out in 2 minutes. It'll be Mueller out there with Mancini, Waters, and Breezeball. Puljujarvi up front with Okuliar, sort of. And the left defenseman is Vilmanis. The right defenseman is Benning. The quick shot off the drop. Blocker saved by Shilovs quickly. And Waters will bank it behind the net for Breezeball. He'll try to clear, and he does just that. Nice little 1-2 game there between captain and his defenseman. So just over 8 minutes to go in the first overtime. Checkers get over center and dump it in. Mancini ties up Vilmanis. Breezeball digs it free for Mancini. Triple teamed. Vilmanis will feed the point. Nobody's there. It comes all the way down to the Checker zone, and the Canucks will change. 40 seconds already gone off the penalty to Phil DiGiuseppe. Benning will drop it for Puljujarvi. Puljujarvi on the left wing stops. Passes cross ice. Bringing it in as Sessana. Drop pass for Leonard. Leonard inside the right circle. Nearly lost his balance. Stays on his skates. Trying to set it up, and he will. Okuliar takes the feed behind the goal line. Right back to Leonard. Puljujarvi's the bumper. Leonard, Okuliar jams it in front. Shilovs has it and gets the whistle. 54 seconds left in the penalty.
And Abbotsford does a good job before this, using each other to make sure they get multiple dumps. But as Charlotte gains full possession, start moving it around, they're working off the right wall. Jesse Puljujarvi's sitting in the middle on the one-timer, and you can see being a little bit more active, pulling defenders to him. They throw it to the goal line, and he tries making the quick stuff, but Shilov's there to cover it up.
Shots are 7-1 Checkers here in the extra period. Face-off between Chris Colo and Mueller. Mueller wins it clean. Wu able to hold up his man, would put his defenseman or defense partner free. Breezeball, and he lifts it down the rink. Cesana starts the power play breakout. The Checkers have 2 shots on Shilovs here on this man advantage. Asplund takes the feed. He's got speed between the blue lines. Right wing pass for Leonard. Asplund goes to the net. Leonard drops it back to the point. Cesana with a lot of room. Throws it down low, but it was behind Leonard. Back in front, stopped by Shilovs. Puck loose in the crease. Leonard to the point. One-timer Cesana. No, he fakes it. Now Leonard, right circle, shoots, and he just missed the blocker side, and it goes out of play. Canucks doing a good job of getting in lanes, and Leonard had a couple tries at goal, but we play on.
They moved it. Charlotte did so well around the top. They had Shilovs having to go side to side multiple times, but it ends up with a shot from the glove side, and Shilovs makes a beautiful save, blocker stick to direct it out of play and get the whistle. One of his best stops of the night.
20 seconds left in Di Giuseppe's high sticking minor. Chris Colo with a good chance in tight after Leonard just flung it out of midair towards the crease. It'll be Mueller against Chris Colo on the dot again. And we're gonna have a delay here. There's a problem near Shilovs.
The line's been fixed and put on the one peg, but then Shilovs quickly pointed out it was both of them, not just one. So he's buying his teammates a little more time, making sure that they get their rest and they can finish out the last 20 seconds of the Di Giuseppe penalty.
And they're gonna bring a member of the rink staff on. He's got the drill to make that hole a little deeper.
Luckily, it's at the short side of the ice. It's only a few short steps for the ice attendant to come out and help fix up the net and make sure it's back on its pegs.
So the Checkers gather at their bench. If they win it back, they'll have one last setup. And now we'll drop the puck. Looks like those pegs are ready to go. Checkers keep the same 5-man unit on that just had those couple of opportunities on Shilovs. Last time Mueller won it straight back. See if he can do it again. This time Chris Colo wins it. Cesana, fans on his pass. Stolen by Mueller. He's on a breakaway. Ty Mueller, game on his stick. Mueller dekes, stopped by Kokkonen. Mueller was looking backhand 5-hole and Kokkonen kept it out. 5 seconds left in this Charlotte power play. We had a couple players get tangled up at the line. Now here's Lockwood with a shot, blocked by Mueller. We're at 5-on-5. Di Giuseppe's out of the box. Checkers still control it behind the net. Skoog plays it in front of a skate, and the puck rolls to the corner. Hirose up ahead for Di Giuseppe, and he'll calmly flick it out. So the Canucks are the 2 best chances in overtime. 6 minutes to go. Mueller nearly lost it as he got in tight, but just got a backhander away. Now Jet Wu behind his net, plays it up the wall looking for Sammy Blais. He's able to make the pass to neutral ice, but stolen by C.J. Smith. Now Lockwood to Entwistle left wing. Entwistle shot, glove save Shilovs, and he'll hold for a face-off with 5:39 on the clock.
Going back to the Mueller breakaway, it was almost just like Smith's where he had to chase it down, but he catches up to it a little bit earlier, and you can see that he wants to bring it to his backhand because he's running out of space on his forehand quickly. And as he does, he's looking 5-hole, but he just extends his hands just a little bit too far and ends up hitting the pad of Kokkonen, who stayed right with him. A great save, but a very good opportunity for the Abbey Canucks trying to finish this game out.
Face-off left circle between Okulyar and Waters. He's got Sasson and Di Giuseppe to his left. Wolanin on his right. And the Checkers get it back to the point. Kierstead, his shot blocked in front. And it's tied up in some gear. And the Checkers worked it free for the moment. And it comes back to the left point for Kierstead. He's going to take a shot that hits a body. Ricochets to the other side, and Di Giuseppe one-hands it down. This might be icing, and it will reach the goal line. So the draw coming back towards Shilovs again with 5:21 to go.
As the puck starts bouncing around, the Canucks do a good job of all collapsing right into the house, right between the hash marks, not leaving anything to chance of one of the Checkers being able to pick that up. as the puck gets moved around the boards, so much spin on it. DiGiuseppe gets a poke and it launches down the ice for an icing. Face off to the glove side.
Sortif will take this one against Sasson. Sortif wins it clean. Here's Sasana. Takes a shot. Blocker saves Shilovs. Rebound comes into the corner for Waters. Carrick pinches off his point. Wallana makes a nice play to his partner Mancini. And Mancini rips off the boards and all the way down. This will be another icing call. So Checkers being aggressive again on that forecheck. And now Okulyar chirping at Mancini.
At this point of the game, you can't take any chances of trying to get the puck out. The face-off gets moved around. It goes behind the net. Mancini picks it up, and he sees that he doesn't have a clean pass to his winger, so he throws it hard off the glass. You'll take the icing. You don't want to risk that getting turned over and the pressure staying on in your zone.
Asplund, Lockwood, and Leonard come on against some tired legs of Abbotsford. And Asplund moved early, so he's waived. And it looks like, no, they're going to say he's allowed to stay in. So the Canucks get a few extra seconds to catch their breath. And Waters wins it. Mancini out of the corner, off the glass and down again. Looks like we'll have another icing as a puck trickles towards the goal line. So we'll drop it again at that same circle with under 5 minutes to go now.
And again, it's one of those where your whole play is you're trying to get the direction of your high flip shot high enough so that it doesn't make it all the way down for icing, but you don't want to risk it staying in. So you'll see a couple icings like this happen at this time of a game, simply just trying to make sure you get the puck out, hoping that you can get it to die before the goal line and get a nice line change.
Waters against Asplund again, and this time Waters looked like he moved early, but he will get a warning. Possession so huge in overtime. That's why these face-offs, the officials are taking their time, making sure it's fair. It's one towards the boards for Lockwood. He's tied up quickly by Wolanin. Lockwood up the left side, trying to stick with it. Sass in there trying to dig it free. Waters helps out and flicks it high out to center, so the Canucks could try to change, but Sasana gave it away to Mancini. He'll throw it in deep. And the Canucks do make their way to the bench. Carrick up ahead for Lockwood. Dumps it just across the Abbotsford line where Nielsen will chip it across for Hirose. Hirose banks one for Kudratsev. He's wide open behind his goal line. Kudratsev gonna pick up a little speed to get to center. And he's able to backhand it in deep. Kiersted behind his net. Finds Skoog. Up the wall for Sortif. Nice little touch pass to center, but Carlson played it off his stick, and now the Checkers ice the puck as Sortif cannot connect with Carrick in transition. 4:10 to go. Shots read 42 for Charlotte, 25 for Abbotsford.
And the Caroline, who's been good all night and had a couple really good chances, pops over the boards. Smith, Karen, Blay, Kudryatsev, and Hirose on the ice. To the face-off to the glove side of Kokkonen, looking to get the win and get something directed towards the net quickly here.
Checkers win the draw. Kiersted able to play it towards the Abbotsford line. Rolling puck, Sortif able to steal left circle. With his head up, sharp angle shot, stick saved by Shilovs. Kudratsev now in the corners tied up. Sortif gets it back, feeds a point. Kiersted to his partner Benning in the slot for Skoog. Skoog at the blue line trying to find a shooting lane. Skoog gonna take it to the slot, and Hirose took it from behind and flicks it out to center. What a play by Hirose, not giving up. And now Carrot down the left boards. Plays it deep in the Charlotte zone. Kiersted around the corner, knocked down by Smith. Sammy Blay falls up in front for Kara, trickles to the crease, and it's covered by Kokkonen with 3:32 to go. And now Kara pushing and shoving with Sortif. Two Surrey products giving each other a face wash. And it's probably going to take a lot for both teams to get a penalty as Sammy Blay is dumped by Benning. And then those two have a quick word. So tempers flaring over in the late stages of the first overtime. Smith and Chris Colo also exchanging shots, and then Smith knocked the helmet off Chris Colo, and we're definitely getting a penalty. We'll see if it's both going off or just Nate Smith. I think he's pointing at Chris Colo as well. You can see warnings being handed out by Stephen Hiff, the referee, and right now the only skater going off is Abbotsford's Nate Smith.
This is tough to see. It's the back referee that has everything in front of him, seeing multiple shots from both teams, little jabs being thrown, ends up taking one just from the Canucks with 3:32 left in the first overtime. It's quite the interesting way to handle that one.
So it is Nate Smith, the only player getting the penalty. So for a second time in OT, the Checkers to the man advantage. Mueller and Water step on with Brisebois and Mancini. I think what Benning did to Blais was a little more egregious, I thought.
And that's what I mean. It was one thing if it's the near ref where he's close, he doesn't see everything, but it's the back ref that sees everything and still decides to call it.
Checkers get it back to the point. Sassana slap shot blocked in front. Brisebois behind his net. Mancini trying to play it around the corner. Nice backhand feed to Mueller. He made that look easy, and Waters will dump it the length of the ice. In a phone booth there was Mancini, but still made the play. Just over 3 minutes to go in the first overtime. Leonard to center for Skoog. Skoog across the line for Chris Colo. He'll drop it back for Asplund. Asplund behind the net. Brisebois ties up Skoog. It's worked free, and the Canucks have it. Sasson chips it out to center. He's got Baines with him shorthanded. Max Sasson cuts across the blue line. Gonna kill some time and wheel back and throw it in deep. He takes a hit from Asplund. Power play has just over a minute to work with here as Puljujärvi rims it around for Leonard. Canucks changing. Leonard looking to start the other way. Here he comes through center. Across the blue line to the right circle, poked off a stick to the corner. Plays it around the left side. Puljujärvi's there. Little backhand feed. He's able to find Vilmanis over to the right side for Benning. Benning takes his time, 45 seconds on the power play. Benning finds Vilmanis. Back to Benning. Left circle pass, Puljujärvi backdoor to Leonard. He's wide open, shot stopped by Shilovs, and he jumps on the rebound. What an opportunity for the leading scorer of the Checkers, but he's denied by Shilovs.
And once again, Charlotte, it's hard to believe that they're sitting at just over 7% on the power play. The way that they're moving the puck around, as Benning goes from the top of the point, puts it down to the blocker side to Puljujärvi, who's sitting in the dot lane. He finds Leonard all the way through, and Shilovs comes out fully aggressive, gets above the blue paint and takes it in the stomach and is able to hold on.
Canucks win the faceoff. Mancini behind his net. Able to get away from pressure off the glass and able to get it to center. Under 30 seconds to go in the man advantage. Vilmanis in the Abbotsford zone, looking to set up. Throws it up the left wing for Puljujärvi. Puljujärvi trying to get away from Waters, and he does. Back to the point. Okulyar. 10 seconds ago, Benning fakes the shot, passes to Puljujärvi, top left circle. Wrist shot save, rebound, played towards the circle. Mueller jumps on it, can he clear? No. Held in Puljujärvi, 3 seconds left on the power play. Benning to the point, Carrick to the corner. Brisebois steps in front of Puljujärvi, but he fell. We're back to 5-on-5 as Shilovs denies a sharp angle bid from Okulyar, and he will get a face-off with 1:25 to go. The Canucks have killed off another. The Checkers then are 0 for 5 on the man advantage.
And once again, the Canucks penalty kill comes up massive. Every player doing their part, but Shilovs, the biggest piece of it, coming up big with a couple saves. And then right after they get back to 5-on-5, he's able to hold on, get the whistle. So it's a nice full reset for the Canucks. They can get out the guys that they want, and Carlson, Giuseppe, and Sasson to take the face-off in the D zone.
Shots are 15-3 Charlotte here in overtime. That's the most out of any period tonight. Here's Lockwood with a shot, and Shilovs had to be careful there. Makes a save, and they'll be on their face-off at that right circle with 1:19 to go.
That one came right from the hash marks on the right wall. It looked like it got tipped a little bit on the way in, and Shilovs had to make a quick reaction save. More into the stomach area again, but he's able to make the save and hold on to it, taking away any rebound chance.
Mueller going to take the draw against Entwistle, and Entwistle false start, so he's kicked out. Lockwood will take it. Those two tie up. Lockwood banks it back. Kierstead able to find Smith. Left wing feed. Entwistle. Entwistle around Mueller. Throws it in front. Nobody's there. Now Smith right corner. Looking to take it back towards the net. Wolanin lost his helmet. And now the net's knocked out behind Shilovs, so Wolanin catches a break. Arguing to the official that is knocked off by a Checkers player. I think it was Lockwood.
Yep. Lockwood and Wolanin come together as they're battling for position in front of the net. And as Wolanin's pushing, he pushes Lockwood right into the net, but gets his helmet swiped off, so no harm, no foul. Reset. Wolanin's got to get his helmet fixed. He's just getting the visor washed up, but he's also buying a bit of time for his guys. Get a little bit of a breather and a reset as the faceoff's back to the glove side of Shelov's once again. 1:03 left in the first overtime.
So the Checkers have a lot more shots than Abbotsford, but the Canucks have had the two best chances. Klimovich off the post and Mueller on a breakaway. Now Mueller wins it to Wolanin, and he'll play a high one to the red line. Kierstead chips it back into Abbotsford ice, but not very far. Wu shoots it off the glass. Last minute of play of overtime as these Checkers bring it in offside. And now double overtime looming its head. The Canucks have to do that once already in these playoffs.
And for Charlotte, they do such a good job on their neutral zone transitions, getting it moving north as quickly as possible. But this last time, just a little bit too quick as Entwistle wasn't able to get back on side. Whistle blown, 49 seconds left.
Sasson, Carlson, DiGiuseppe, the forward line. Checkers win it back. Kierstead fumbled it and it comes back into his own zone. He'll play it ahead on the tape of Sortif. Justin Sortif will shoot it in behind Shelov's. Mancini ties up Leonard. Ends up in the corner. Hirose trying to get away from Sortif. DiGiuseppe helping out. Chips it off the glass and ends up in neutral ice. 23 seconds ago. Kierstead out to center. Leonard couldn't get the pass, and now the Checkers iced it with 16 seconds on the clock.
And as soon as that whistle goes, the new line of Abbotsford comes out, looking with Mueller, Baines, and Klimovich. Wolanin also up top with Wu. There's a couple guys that have had some overtime winners, and they're looking for magic with 16.4 seconds left with the face-off to the blocker side of Kakinen.
Ty Mueller going to take it against Asplund. Mueller ties him up. Puck is kicked free to Klimovich, left wing. Klimovich trying to chip it down the boards, is taken by Kierstead, and out it goes. Under 10 seconds left, it ends up in the Checkers bench, so a whistle sounds with 7 seconds to go. And the faceoff will stay in the Checkers end, it looks like.
Same five guys stay on the ice. They got the win. Klimovich was in possession of it, trying to find the play, but nothing where he felt comfortable with. Wolanin was open at the point, but there's one of the Charlotte Checkers kind of in the lane. That's just not a risk he was willing to take.
So Mueller up against Chris Colo. Both centermen on their strong side. Mueller wins it to Klimovich. He's pinned quickly by Kierstead. Now backhands it in front. Baines trying to get a shot away. His stick was held up, and we're going to double OT, folks. Buzzer sounds. 80 minutes not enough, apparently, in game one of the Calder Cup Finals.
Everyone's too excited. They don't want the game to end, so we're going to play some more free hockey for everyone.
Both teams will get a 15-minute breather. Shots on goal read 47 for Charlotte, 26 for Abbotsford. But as mentioned, the Checkers with more volume on Shelov's. 16 for the Checkers, just 3 for Abbotsford, and a post. That doesn't count as a shot on net. So both teams look to reset, recover, get some fluids in them, maybe some PB&Js, some fruit, right? What's the go-to thing players are taking in between periods and overtime?
Honestly, at this point, it's anything you get your hands on.
Bojangles?
If it's there, they'll take it. No, some bananas, exactly what you said, some PB&Js, some light protein shake, but more importantly than anything, fluids, a ton of fluids. You get the electrolytes going, making sure you're replenishing your body. You have to remember, this has been a long game. Not only that, it is hot in here. The guys have been sweating a ton, losing weight left, right, and center. So trying to get as much fluid back in you, keep your body replenished, able to keep pushing, especially at this point of overtime as you're going into number 2 now. Cramping starts to become an issue. Little mental fog starts to play its part. So if you can make sure that your body's as fueled up as possible, you're putting yourself and your team in a better position to get the job done.
You know what I feel like right now is Roy Munson and Kingpin, you know, when he's bowling a great game and he's just sweating and the hair's a mess. That's what I feel like right now, Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, I feel like that too. My hair's all over the place right now.
Yeah, I got a comb free in my bag. We'll fix that in the intermission. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll come back and break it all down. We're going to play double overtime. The score after 80 minutes, Canucks 3, Checkers 3. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back inside Bojangles Coliseum. We're at the intermission of the first overtime. Brandon Assel and Landon Ferraro with you here on this Friday night, and we're getting close towards 11 o'clock local time. These fans aren't going anywhere. They want to see a winner, and they probably had to like what they saw from their team in that OT, as they had 16 shots to Abbotsford's 3. They had a lot of zone time in the Abbotsford zone, but there were some long-range shots that easily were stopped by Shilov, so that total is a bit inflated, I think.
Exactly. There's definitely volume over quantity for Charlotte there, which is never a bad thing in overtime. Anything has a chance to go in if it's directed towards the net. But really, if you break it down, they had 2 really good chances. Abbotsford had 2 really good chances. Shilov's had to do his job and make sure he was on top of everything that was being thrown at him, and he did just that, getting him to the second overtime, hoping that Abbotsford's able to grab a bit more of the game and get it into the offensive zone a bit.
So if you're Abbotsford right now in the locker room, Landon, do you change much of your game plan? Like, do you think, hey boys, we might have got away with one there? Or like, what's the mindset, do you think?
I think it's a little bit of both. We got away with one there, but at the same time, I think the messaging is going to be, guys, we can't be taking unnecessary risk, but we do have to attack. We can't just high flip it out and try and keep surviving. We need to bring the game to them. You saw, especially in the third period, how Abbotsford really started to take the game into the offensive zone. And when they roll around that offensive zone with possession, they were causing quite a bit of trouble for Charlotte. So if they can get back, just really it's all about their exits out of the D zone right now. That was the hardest thing for them to do. So if they can figure that out, the rest of the game's right there for them. But they got to worry about the first step first.
Checkers had 2 power plays in overtime, and the Canucks PK stepping up big time. They're 5 for 5. What have you seen from Abbotsford's short man unit that has stood out tonight?
Much like their identity at 5-on-5, it's the attention to detail and second effort. But what Abbotsford is, honestly, they've gotten even better as this game's gone along on their penalty kill, is using each other to get the puck out. They're not just, as soon as they get the puck on their tape, turning and trying to fire it out themselves without taking a look. They're able to hold on to it. The one especially, the Mancini's holding it in the right corner. He's got it up against the wall, but you can see him shoulder checking everywhere, and he ends up popping it through his own feet by the defender right to his player, and before you knew it, they're out of the zone. So how they're able to use each other to help make that a really nice, cohesive, tight unit, it's making it a little bit tougher to find good looks for Charlotte.
How does Shilovs continue to do it? This is his 19th straight start of these playoffs, and he's played well over 300 minutes more than Kaapo Kahkonen. And you mentioned it, since allowing that third Checkers goal, he's been phenomenal.
He really has. And I think, again, like Brandon, you've seen him all year. You call every single game. I saw at the beginning of the year, and then I've come back at the end of the year. And the biggest change in my eyes is how much more he's dialed in, and not just for the big saves, but for the little ones as well. His attention to detail is way that he's able to stay consistent in what his game plan is and being aggressive, getting to the top of the paint. You know, last year, watching him, he had trouble getting that depth, like getting out and cutting down angles. That's not an issue for him anymore. He comes out aggressive, he makes himself big, and then he's doing a really good job at not giving up rebounds. They're either sticking to him or his lightning fast gloves catching anything that's popping out in front of him before Charlotte's able to get to it.
All right, we'll take one last break and come back with double overtime. Don't go anywhere, folks. Either the Checkers are going to win their 9th in a row, or the Canucks will guarantee home ice when the series shifts to Abbotsford next week. The score, Abbotsford 3, Checkers 3. You are listening to Abbotsford Canucks Calder Cup playoff hockey on Sportsnet 650, NHL TV through FloHockey. Back inside Bojangles Coliseum for the start of double overtime as we still search for a winner to open up this Calder Cup Finals. Both teams on the ice getting their final warm-up laps in. They have traded sides. Canucks moving from our broadcast right to left. And landing an unsung hero in all this is a strength and conditioning coach, John Murray, because after previous overtime, in the last round I asked, like, what do you give the players, like, between OTs? Like, how clutch or Uncrustables? He goes, no way, I'm not giving them that. He's in there, spreading the jam, spreading the peanut butter, all sorts of sandwiches available, of course, fluids as well, and hopefully his guys on the Abbotsford Canucks are feeling loose because, like you mentioned, it is so easy to cramp up after playing this much hockey.
It really is, and honestly, this is a time, as you bring it up, it's the support staffs for both teams that really make this possible. Obviously, they do all the setup and all of that, but as games go on, those guys put the players in front of them every single time, making sure that they have exactly what they need, making sure that anything they could possibly want, that they can get them, to make sure that they can play at their high level, starting a second overtime. It's right there for them. They do so much.
Sasson, DiGiuseppe, and Carlson will start with Mancini and Brisebois. Top line replies for Jordy Kinnear, the head coach of Charlotte. Won a Calder Cup with Albany in 1995 as the Checkers win the opening face-off. Havorka ahead for Will Lockwood. Puck got away from him, but does enter the Abbotsford zone. Brisebois goes across to his partner Mancini. And Linus Carlson will chip it out. Lockwood skates onto it inside his own blue line. Lockwood for Asplund. Lost the puck to Brisebois. Now Sasson backhands it to the line for Carlson. Carlson chips it to the left corner for DiGiuseppe. Fakes his shot. Cycles it behind the net. Mueller's fresh. He's coming on. Ties up Lockwood. Puck is free for Carlson. Right circle. Carlson trying to bring it towards the slot. He finds Mueller. Mueller left corner. Blows a tire. Hit his skate. Finds DiGiuseppe. His shot pinballs to the right point for Wu. Jet Wu slides it back behind the net. DiGiuseppe's going off as Carlson's taken down. Play goes on. Mueller to the right boards for Baines, who just came on the ice. Good pressure by the Canucks to start double OT. Baines to Wu, over to Alana left point. Wrist shot, blocker save, rebound, Carlson shot off a stick and rolls to the other corner. Checkers trying to clear, Jet Wu holds it in. Canucks need another change. They've gone off twice before the Checkers can go once, and finally, that Asplund trio goes to the bench as the Checkers control it behind their goal. Minute 15 gone in the second overtime. Benning to Kierstedt. Hard pass to center for Sortif. Across the Abbotsford line. Sortif shot hits a stick and goes out of play. Nice job by Kudratsev to fill the lane just in time.
The Abbey Canuck defensemen have done such a good job tonight, accepting the rush. Charlotte's coming with a ton of speed, but their sticks have been so good, making sure they're getting touches on as much as they possibly can and getting deflections out of play, letting Abbotsford reset and get new players back out to make sure that they're ready for the next face-off.
Sasson going to take the draw against Chris Colo. Sasson wins it clean for Kudratsev, and he wastes no time flicking it out. Carrick for Sortif. He'll bank one off the wall in front of his bench and sent all the way down by the Checkers. Icing's waved off as Hirose falls in the corner. Caught an edge. Kudratsev trying to help out his partner. He lost his stick. A lot happening for the Canucks D right now. Here's Skoog battling Hirose behind the net as Kudratsev got his stick back. Trying to chase after Sortif. Brings it in front. And Sasson skates it up to center. Nice defensive positioning there. And now Nate Smith with a steal. On the left wing, he's all by himself, waiting for his line mates to come on. Now Smith to the right corner for Waters. Waters is tied up. Sortif goes behind his net for Carrick. Klimovich trying to chase him down. Carrick spins away from him. We played over 2 minutes of double OT. Benning banks one to Carrick. Carrick with a hard pass. And they're going to say no icing as that missed everybody, it looked like. And now Klimovich up the wing looking for Mueller, who just came on, leaves the puck. Icing's waved off the other side. Cam Bites going after it against Sessana. Sessana to Kierstedt. On the tape, he finds Entwistle through center. Entwistle right wing. Wrist shot over top of the net. Puck bounces out to center. Sessana playing it in. Stolen by Willan, and he'll go to his partner Wu. Looking for Baines in front of the Canucks bench, and Baines' pass hit a skate, stolen by Smith. This is C.J. Smith for Charlotte. Sharp angle shot, stopped by Shelovs, and he'll hang on. There's the first bid against him here in OT.
And tell me if I'm wrong here, Brandon, but Entwistle for the majority of this game has been in a full bubble. And now he's sitting in a visor, just noticing that. I don't know if I've seen someone play 4 periods with a bubble and then change it out. Just something quickly on the side, but again, another tight angle shot for Shelovs, who's able to hold on to it with just over 4 minutes played here, or 3 minutes, sorry about that.
Well, if you play 80 minutes of hockey, maybe that bubble fogs up a lot, I should say. Checkers win the faceoff to the point. Chase Waters battling for it against Lockwood. Puck is in some skates, and DiGiuseppe's there and gets it to center. Glove down by Carrick. Sasson all over him as those two go after it. Now Mancini, the hard pass to DiGiuseppe, goes over his stick but rolls in the Charlotte zone. Now Asplund behind his net for Benning. His pass finds Lockwood and he'll make sure it gets out. Now here's Asplund one-on-one against Brisebois. Asplund with a shot stopped by Shelovs, and he's gonna cover for a face-off with 16:22 to go. Nice job by Brisebois, not allowing a clean shooting lane on that left wing.
Brisebois using his mobility to its full extent, following him from the left side of the ice all the way to the right, keeping a stick in the lane, not giving up that easy shot and making the save a bit easier for Shelovs. Face off to the blocker side again.
Last time the Canucks played double OT was Game 4 in Texas when Klimovich scored a highlight reel goal. Mueller wins the face-off and they score into their own net. Unbelievable. Shelovs wasn't ready for it. What just happened?
The linesman dropped the puck with Shelovs facing the opposite direction. Mueller wins it back clean, square into his own net. The refs are having a conversation right now.
They're talking about it. Shelovs wasn't ready. Mueller won it clean into his own net. Haven't seen this before as the Charlotte Checkers celebrate, and they're waving it off.
That's
We're
the right
playing
call.
on.
I've never seen anything like that before.
No goal. And I think that's the right call. Shelovs was just putting his helmet back on, wasn't even facing the draw, and didn't even have his stick down on the ice. So the officials wave it off, and the Checkers are irate. 16:20 to go, and the fans letting the officials hear it.
Charlotte's argument here is the fact that Abbotsford center should have taken a look to make sure his goalie's set. But that's generally to make sure the goalie's looking and squared up already, not if he's facing the opposite direction. As they're pointing back to the face-off, trying to get order back and the Checkers back onto their bench.
This game of hockey brings you things you've never seen before. And now the officials are talking again. They can't overturn it. No way. Now Jordy Kinnear wants to talk to Stephen Heff. So now Mueller, I'm sure, will make sure that Shelovs is set for this next face-off as Kinnear continues to get an explanation. I can't believe what I just saw.
Neither can I, and to be completely honest, I can't believe the refs actually overturned themselves and said no goal out of this. Even though I think it's what's right.
Yeah, the puck shouldn't have been dropped.
It just shouldn't have been dropped at that point.
So we play on. Mueller against Chris Colo. Chris Colo wins it back. Kavorka's shot, tipped right on Shelovs, the pad save, and he covers. That changed direction at the last second. There'll be another face-off as the fans are still giving it to the officials.
And this is where, especially for Shelovs in net, even though he knows he did nothing wrong, a puck goes in, everyone cheers. It's second life. He needs to be sharp on that next shot, and it comes 2 seconds after the face-off, and he's able to make the pad save and hold on to the rebound. Face-off to the glove side now.
Chris Colo would have been the one that got credit as he took the draw against Mueller. Now Mueller wins it to the corner. Wolanin hops on it and flicks it out. Bouncing towards Kierstead, he'll chip it to neutral ice. And the Canucks just touch it offside. Kara was a step ahead of the blue line, 16:08 to go. And a lot of these fans still standing.
And if you're Abbotsford, if you're one of the Abbotsford players right now, this is the time to go on the attack. You have a Charlotte team that's extremely rattled. We're 4 minutes into the second OT, and basically every player on Charlotte's standing up on the bench. That's not something you generally see.
So 5 head referees got selected to work these Calder Cup finals, and the first 2 are Stephen Hiff, Jordan Samuels-Thomas, who might be getting a Christmas card from Canucks fans. Here's Sammy Blais, left corner, trying to step around Hovorka. He's got that long reach. Blais now hits the deck. It's played along the boards. Wu off his point, throws it in front, and missed everybody. Now Wolanin activates off the point. Tried to keep it in, couldn't do it. Now Puljujärvi in the Abbotsford zone. With his head up, got his pocket picked from behind. Nice job by Kara. And Blais in the neutral zone takes over. The Canucks need a change. He'll backhand a high one in the Charlotte zone. Icing's waved off. And the Canucks get a wholesale change with 15:30 to go. Sort of. Down the right side. Right circle shot. Blocked. Puck pinballs in front and finds the Gladys Shilovs, who confidently snatches that one down. And the faceoff will be to his left with 15:20 to go in double OT.
Steves tries to get a shot on net. It gets deflected up, and in his next stride, he ends up actually kicking this. The shot comes from the side. It hits the Canuck defender, Mancini, and drops right down, and Steves kicks it as it's going, and Shilovs just makes the easy glove save for another face-off to his left.
Steve's brother is Alex Steves of the Toronto Marlies and has played NHL games for the Leafs in each of the last 4 years. Here's a chance on the draw for Steves, and he rang one off the post. Beat Shilov's blocker side, and the puck ricochets all the way down to the Charlotte zone as that snapshot had some zip on it. Now Steves down the right wing in the Abbotsford zone. Leaves it for O'Coolyard, left wing pass. Here's a shot by Leonard, glove save. Shilovs, he'll hang on to that as Leonard leaning to that slap shot.
That was a pretty good one, and Charlotte not really backing off at all right now. If anything, they've put the pedal to the metal a bit more, trying to get more rubber at Shilovs. But once again, he's able to stand in it, make the glove save, and hold on. A nice clean save once again. Shilovs having a great game for himself.
Shots are 4-2 for the Checkers here in double OT. We've played over 5 minutes. Waters, Sass, and Di Giuseppe the line against Asplund, Lockwood, and Leonard. Waters wins it behind the net for Hirose. Hirose feeds it to the line, but not out. Sassana with a nice hold. Gave it right back to Hirose, though. And he makes a nice move and brings it himself to center. Hirose down the left wing for Sasson. Sasson's shot fought off by the blocker of Kokkonen. And Sassana gets the rebound and plays it to Kiersted. Kiersted to Lockwood. He'll backhand it in for Asplund. Left wing. Stops. Looks for an option to pass to. Asplund fires it around the net. Comes up the right side. Sassana under pressure from behind. Trying to keep it down low. Makes a pass. And out back to the right point. Sassana couldn't hold it in. Chips it in towards Shilovs, so the Checkers tag up. Kudratsev will stop with it behind his cage. The Canucks get fresh bodies on. Kudratsev thought about passing to Blais. Rips it off. Kara. The Checkers trying to counter, but the pass was out of reach of Skoog. Skoog in front of his bench, able to take it from Nate Smith. Canucks get it right back through center. Blais hands off to Kudratsev. Kudratsev takes his time and softly dumps it deep. Trevor Carrick takes a peek behind his goal line. One hands it up the wall for Skoog. Skoog to center. Blais picks it off. Blais stick handles his way across the line and now poked off his stick. Here's Puljujärvi in the Abbotsford zone. Wrist shot stopped by Shilovs, and he'll hang on for another faceoff with 13:30 to go. Shilovs is now 21 for 21 here in the 2 overtimes.
Fans still letting the refs know their displeasure, but as the game goes on from that crazy event, Charlotte's able to keep turning or causing turnovers for Abbotsford at their defensive blue line and attacking back fast. Puljujärvi with the last chance coming over the blue line, taking a bit of a soft wrister in on Shilovs for his 50-second shot.
Mueller against Chris Colo. Off a skate, bounces to the wing for Mueller. And he'll chip it to the line, held in by Benning. Benning cross ice feed, one-timer, and the puck was blocked in front. Might have glanced off Shilov's glove. He was sliding the wrong way. Now Chase Waters trying to track it down against Kierstead. He'll get it to the blue line, but Puljujarvi wasn't there in time. And the Canucks change as Puljujarvi banks one ahead. Chris Colo chips it in the Abbotsford zone. Jet Wu around the wing for Tristan Nielsen. Nielsen fanned on his pass. CJ Smith steals. Smith drops it for Puljujarvi. Nielsen gets it back and skates it out to center and one-hands it in front of the Checkers bench. Took a high hit. Wants a call, not going to get one. Meanwhile, here come the Checkers 2-on-2. Puljujarvi down the right wing. Working on Breezeball. His shot blocked and goes out of play. Nice job by Guillaume to lunge out. 12:43 to go.
Another great stick by Breezeball, just like we were talking about a little bit earlier, how this Canucks defense has done such a good job of forcing plays to the outside, shots from bad angles, that if they get through, Shilovs is right on top of it, but they've done such a good job of getting stick on puck, deflecting pucks out of play.
Both coaches have shortened their benches a bit here in double OT. Off the face-off, Leonard to the point, Cesana to his partner Carrick. He'll just shovel it behind the net. Breezeball leaves it for DiGiuseppe. Absorbs the check of Cesana. DiGiuseppe has it in his skates. Breezeball comes in. Plays it around the net. Mancini trying to catch up to it. And Mancini can't get it out. Breezeball follows up. And Carlson plays it out to center. DiGiuseppe picks a pocket of Will Lockwood. Backhands it in deep and the Canucks change. Almost 8 minutes in to double OT. Will Lockwood across the blue line. Dumps it down the right boards. Kudratsev behind his net. Turns away from Lockwood. Smart play. Finds Sarosa. Gives it right back to a wide open Kudratsev. He'll feed it to Sasson, who wants to change. Center ice pass for Klimovich. Trying to take it down the left wall. Defended beautifully by Hovorka. And now Michael Benning will bring it across the Abbotsford blue line. Left wing feed for Sordoff. Sordoff shot save, rebound loose. Shilov's trying to keep it out. And the puck is loose and now finally covered. All sorts of bodies to the left of Shilov's, and now some rough stuff going to ensue. Nice job by Sordoff to get it towards the crease to create an opportunity. Now Sordoff and Klimovich going back and forth. We saw Nate Smith get taken out of a pile in the first OT. So both teams better be aware of that.
And the important thing here is both defenders for Charlotte come into the pile after, so the puck will get moved out to neutral zone, which is a good break for the Canucks as they don't have to take a D-zone draw. Start in the neutral zone and hopefully get the win, move it east-west to try and gain the red and try and get into the offensive zone. It's been a little bit now.
Shots are 7-3 for Charlotte here in this second overtime. Now on the ice is Baines, Mueller, and Nielsen with Wu and Willanen on D. Entwistle's line comes on for Charlotte. Charlotte has had the last 9 days off. The Canucks, the last 4. Canucks win a face-off. Nielsen lost it to Kierstead, played back inside Abbotsford territory for Willanen. Willanen with a bank pass. Mueller plays it in, so icing is waived. Now Hovorka backhands it over the glass. That might be a power play, and it will be. Delay a game call against Hovorka, and Abbotsford will get their first man advantage during these overtimes with 11:17 to play.
As we were talking in the intermission between the first and second overtime, talking about what do players need to get in them, and talking about the effects of as you play longer, you start to mentally fatigue a little bit, and that's exactly what caused this over the glass play. The puck gets moved in, it was clearly tipped. The linesmen, both of them, signaled no icing, but Kakkonen, who loves to play the puck, stays in his net and holds up his hand thinking there's an icing. Well, that puts his defender into a tough spot, and as he comes around the net, he has pressure on him and throws it and ends up going over the glass. This is a massive opportunity for the Canucks, who have really struggled to get out of their own end and get back into the offensive zone. Well, now they've got a power play with 11:17 left, looking to end this thing.
And the Canucks have used their timeout. Harry Mahesh, who runs a power play on Malhotra's coaching staff, has a whiteboard out. Can he draw up a game winner? Canucks are 1 for 6 on the power play. They'll get set for an Draw, left circle. Out there is Baines, Mueller, Carlson with Blais and Wolanin on D. Hovorka has to sweat out a full 2 minutes. Keep an eye on this aggressive Checkers short-handed unit. John Leonard on the bench to start. He's the most dangerous forward when down a man. Mueller going to take the draw against sort of. And it ends up behind the net. Asplund with a chance to clear, and he makes no mistake. Christian Wolanin takes a handoff from Shelovs. Center ice feed from Mueller. Mueller to the left wing for Baines. Around Kierstedt. Baines will shovel it back to the point. Wide open is Wolanin. The Canucks set it up for the first time. Wolanin to Baines. Down low pass. Broken up. There's that aggressiveness. Checkers can't clear, but Mueller fan on his pass, and it comes to center. Baines gonna bring it right back in. Left wing pass for Carlson. In the slot from Mueller. Shot blocked. Puck loose in front. And the Checkers jump on it and get it all the way down.
That was a really, really good chance. As they gained the zone, they took a good shot, but just got deflected and not quite there.
Wolanin dumps it in. Carlson's after it. Takes a Charlotte bounce and sent all the way down the rink by Kierstedt. Power plays halfway over. Canucks looking for their first shot on it. Wolanin to center for Sammy Blais. Blais to the left side. Cuts to the middle. Finds some space. Now to the right wing. Blais turns from the pressure and sets it up. Nice entry by the veteran. Hands off to Waters. In front for Sasson. Pass was blocked. Carrick able to dump it all the way down for Charlotte. 40 seconds ago. And a delay of game call to Hovorka. We're halfway through double OT. Here's Kudratsev. Dropping it for the speedster Sasson. Here he comes down the left wing. Sasson takes it wide. Knocked off his stick. Klimovich trying to help him out. It's in some skates and Klimovich has it. Looking backdoor, takes a shot and he scores! Let's get out of here! Danila Klimovich just called game one! His second OT win of the playoffs! And the Canucks lead the Calder Cup Finals 1-0. What a snapshot off the post and in! And this one's over, folks.
And in typical Abbey fashion, it's all about winning the second battle. The puck gets locked in the left corner. Klimovich is in there, not giving up. He digs it out, and as he starts to go up the half wall, he realizes, I don't have any pressure on me. That's a different feeling from what we've had tonight. He cuts to the net and fires a twisted wrister off the far post on the glove side of Kokkonen. Post and in. Game over. 4-3. Canucks take game one.
That's why you play the kid. One snap of the wrist, he can change the direction of the game. And what didn't have a lot of room, but it didn't matter. He beats Kakkonen glove side, and the Canucks escape with a 4-3 double OT win. And again, who gets another double OT game winner? Danila Klimovich, as the Canucks head off to the locker room and have guaranteed home ice at the very least, no matter what happens in game two.
Just unbelievable. You got to give Shelovs so much credit. For the majority of this game, the play was in Abbotsford end. And even though there wasn't a ton of real grade A chances, there was a few mixed in there, but Shelovs had to stand tall. He gave up 2 of the 3 that he'd probably want back, but he was able to push it behind him and mentally lock in for the rest of the game. Just an unbelievable performance. And then when they got the opportunity, halfway through the second overtime, Klimovich, once again, the hero.
I'm glad the officials have a covering above them as they went off the ice. Do you think that disallowed goal we talked about, Landon? I'll tell you what, hold that thought. Let's come back with a post-game show right here on Sportsnet 650. Boy, do we have a lot to cover. And in the end, Danila Klimovich, the overtime winner on the power play. The final score, Canucks 4, Checkers 3. You are listening to Canucks Calder Cup Playoff Hockey, presented by BCLC Play now on Sportsnet 650 and AHL TV through FloHockey. Welcome back to a nearly empty Bojangles Coliseum. The Canucks end the Charlotte Checkers 8-game winning streak as they take game one by a 4-3 score thanks to a double overtime winner by Danila Klimovich on the power play. Brandon Astle, Landon Ferraro with you here on the post-game show.